Good afternoon, everybody. Just wanted to make sure that you can hear me and you can get connected to the meeting.
Loud and clear for me, Maria.
Same here.
I accidentally hung up on myself just now instead of muting myself. So that was fun. I'm sure that happens more than once to everyone in this meeting.
I haven't done it yet, but now that you mention it, I'm sure I will. I also don't think I've forgotten to mute myself yet, but again, I'm sure that's coming. Mr. Cross is looking quite contemplative.
I was studying Andy.
The brave discipline. please come back to order. We are ready to continue with our staff presentation. Mr. McCracken is going to walk us through the summary of effects of the alternatives. Mr. McCracken.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Yes, so the next phase of this the staff presentation is the effects section. I suspect, barring extraordinarily long, elaborate questions, this section should go fairly quickly. I'll present my effects sections that I authored. Darrell will present his, and then we'll move to Dr. Downs, and then we'll bring in the Ms. Abby John talking about monitoring and enforcement, and again, Dr. Krieger providing a summary of the EA. So let me get to the right spot here. Although I'm having issues with, let's see, yeah, my slides are turning. Sorry. Okay, summary of the effects. The one point before I move to the effects section is just make a note, and everybody's well aware of this. We've talked about it several times, that obviously if the council provides preliminary preferred alternatives in the sense of going through the elements and options and where it can provide a PPA, the staff will create another alternative based on that PPA to analyze and be able to characterize the council's preferred alternative relative to the staff strawman alternatives. And again, those strawman alternatives are just for comparison. And so that should provide a lot more insight onto a little bit more of the interactions of all the different elements and options, as well as, listening to the council and the AP and the SSC, and being able to think about those interactions a little bit more and improve the analysis where we can. So moving to the summary of the effects for harvester participation in fishing practices. Based on the alternatives we have, there likely is some consolidation of the fleet, as well as probably maybe more relevant to the qualified LLP license, the QS themselves. QS might be consolidated inside the cooperative to provide more efficiency. And this is less under alternative 2B than 2A, given that 2A is more restrictive on ownership and use caps. Harvesters of trawl CV allocation would likely increase, leading to higher gross revenue per vessel and per vessel profits. Alternative 2B would likely be greater relative to 2A, since the C-season cod is allocated to the cooperatives. Bycatch avoidance and ease in transferring harvest privileges and the potential use of pot gear may lead to changes in geographic distribution and timing of the harvest, but harvest will likely continue to be highly influenced by the timing and the location of the spawning aggregation of cod. The strawman alternative, both strawman alternatives would likely improve safety conditions at sea, and reallocations of cod from the trawl CV sector to other sectors would likely be reduced under alternative 2B relative to 2A due to the sea season allocation, gear conversion, and benefits of cooperative management. Looking at the bycatch, which would be PSC and groundfish, cooperative fishing would likely provide greater flexibility to avoid periods of high bycatch rates and changes in gear configuration and elimination of night fishing. 2A would reduce the PSC by 10%, which would likely not constrain the cooperatives. 2B would reduce halibut PSC by 35%, which could constrain the cooperatives in the future. Both alternatives rely on ICAs to account for incidental catch of cod in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, while directed fishing for other non-Pacific groundfish fisheries. There is the potential that cooperative vessels could intentionally top off on these on incidental catch of cod while targeting other groundfish fisheries. If incidental catch, of cod does increase by the cooperative vessels, there is the potential that the cod allocations to the cooperatives could be reduced to accommodate that larger ICA. The final, I got a question.
Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. I maybe I missed this part of the analysis, but on the last point about the ICA, I mean, I recall staff suggesting we either could allocate all total cod, directed and indirected, or we could create an ICA like we normally do and only allocate based on targeted cod. And I'm just wondering if these two bullets affect just cooperative vessels, or this is just how the fisheries operate. If there's incidental catch of Pacific cod by any vessel and that increases, we automatically reduce the amount of the DFA or directed fishing allocation that goes to cooperatives or other directed users. Isn't that the case?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, so just to get to the point about the question, so the way I understand this, the way the structure of the motion is that we are allocating the obviously target as QS, and that there would be an ICA off the top before we allocate to the cooperatives, but it would only affect those, the ICA associated with this action would only be for those trawl CV, for the trawl CV cod fishery. The other ICAs for the other sectors would be handled outside of that program. And there is some discussion on how ICAs are managed as the AP requested some additional information just so they could understand the issue. And so that's in section 2.7.2 on my page 60, but it's printed out. There's some information about ICA management. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. McCracken. So this is just discussing the ICA particular to the co-op and not other ICAs for other non-directed cod fisheries.
That is, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that is correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, moving to the last effect section for me, which is other groundfish fisheries. Alternative 2A and 2B would revise the current AFA non-exempt sideboard limits, which we've already talked about in element 4. For exempt AFA and non-AFA CVs, both alternatives would exempt these sectors from, or these groups of vessels from Gulf sideboard limits as a result of them benefiting from the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, or as a result of the exemption in the Gulf, they can't lease their Bering Sea, Aleutian Island quota. It would rely on cooperatives to ensure that they do not lease their. Do not lease
Is that
their.
all? I'd like to do the crane again.
Sure. Mr. McCracken, hold on.
Yep.
Members of the public, please mute your phones. We're getting quite a bit of disturbance. All right, let's try again, Mr. McCracken. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This exemption from the Gulf sideboards and not leasing their Bering Sea, Aleutian Island quota, this would be managed by the cooperatives, and the sub option. There's a sub option that would obviously provide some flexibility for these groups of vessels to lease their Bering Sea quota. Obviously, if they have a small amount of quota share in. And then they would be able to lease their quota share and still enjoy the benefits of the sideboard limits. And so I have some information here that basically at 200 metric tons or less, QS 8 CVs would qualify to lease their the Bering Sea QS, and at 600 metric tons, that number jumps up to 23 LLP licenses would be able to lease their Bering Sea Lucian on Key West. There's a bullet here that talks about, despite the sub-option, allowing some flexibility for the non-AFA and the Gulf AFA exempt to be able to lease their QS and still benefit from the sideboard exemption. It could still have a negative impact on those vessels that do not participate in the Gulf fisheries, since they would be restricted from leasing their Bering Sea quota. In other words, they may not qualify. There are some LLP licenses that may not qualify for the 200, 400, or 600 metric ton exemption to the not leasing your QS, and they would not, obviously, I mean, from indicate they would not be participating in the Gulf sideboard. They wouldn't be participating in the Gulf, so they and they wouldn't be able to lease their quota, so they would obviously have to harvest it. And they may not be able to, in some situations, they may not be able to get a market. As of looking at other groundfish fisheries, the impacts of 2A and 2B on existing participants and other TLAS fisheries is likely limited to most of the yellowfin sole fishery. This is some information that you requested at the December meeting, is to drill down a little bit on this issue to see if there's any impacts from the PCTC program on other TLAS fisheries. What we found is that if there's any impacts, it would likely be in the yellowfin sole fishery. But sort of cutting to the chase, staff didn't see there a pressing need for a sideboard protections, and the reason is because both groups of participants that are currently active in that yellowfin sole fishery, the AFACPs, enjoy a catch share program or cooperatives, and so they have that competitive advantage of being able to strategically move their quota shares and participate in the yellowfin sole fishery. And that same advantage would obviously be applied to the 8 LLP licenses that are authorized yellowfin sole deliveries to offshore processors, but are also qualified for the PCTC program. They also would enjoy that flexibility. So from staff's perspective, they are sort of at equal footing. And in addition to that, the absence of an inshore market for yellowfin sole also makes the need for sideboard limits at this point unnecessary. The last bullet there, the last comment I have is that the council may want to consider removing the BSAI Pacific Cod sideboard limits for the AFACP sector as part of this program, since the trawl CV cod allocation will be fully allocated to the cooperatives and as an ICA for the trawl CV sector. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on the effects section that I've gone over, I'm going to pass the mic to Daryl, and he'll go through his effects section.
Okay, it looks like Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. McCracken. I just want to make sure that I understand the last bullet on this slide. And the reason that the AFA catcher vessel sideboard for Pacific cod would no longer be necessary is because any AFA vessels that do not qualify for the PCTC program would be prohibited from targeting Pacific cod in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. And that, as you're saying that, I was thinking about the ICA a little bit. So the ICA obviously would apply to the also the non-qualified trawl CV. So it's not just limited to the co-op participants. It's actually both. It's the non-qual trawl CV and the qualified CV trawl CV. So yes, so there wouldn't be a need for the sideboard limit anymore for that group of vessels.
Thanks, Mr. McCracken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Brandon.
Before I jump into the effects section, I had a question just before lunch from Ms. Campbell about tables 2-127 and 2-128. And if I may, I'll go ahead and circle back and direct answer Ms. Campbell's question on those tables. And over the lunch break, I went back and saw that table 2-128 includes some of the non-qualified catcher processors. I thought I had removed them, and I had not from that table. And so that's why the counts of processing firms was greater in that table than 2-127. I didn't have a chance to calculate all the numbers over the break, but just looking at 2004 through 2019, all seasons, the top 4 percentage changes from 75.5 to 77.5. Firms 5 through 8 in the rankings change from 19.7 to 20.1. And the bottom firms 9 through 14, which would have previously been 9 through 16, changes from 4.8 to 2.4. And so there are pretty minor changes in the percentages, but those I will correct table 128 for the next version of the analysis. With that, Mr. Chairman, the summary of effects on shoreside floating processors and true mothership processors. If quota is only allocated harvesters, we'd expect increased cost for raw fish because harvesters are allocated quota shares. There could be potential regional shifts in landings because of the control of the processors because of the ability of the processors to perhaps consolidate their processing if a firm owns more than one plant or for various other reasons. There could be potential increases in process value of bycatch species taken incidentally to the Pacific cod target fishery because processors have more time to process their catch and better match production capacity to the amount of fish that are coming in. There could be lower production costs in the Pacific cod fishery due to better timing of deliveries, longer season length, increased harvest, and better utilization of processing capital to improve the Pacific cod production. Consolidation could occur across shore-based processing firms or within firms to reduce total capital costs and improve technical efficiencies. The impacts on CPs, acting as motherships, maintaining the catcher processor endorsement to act as a mothership will likely give these entities some certainty over total delivery volumes. Depending on the agreements within the sector and level of the processing limits are imposed on the sector, that will have a substantial impact on the individual impacts on the processors in that sector. The amount of processing capacity in the fishery is expected to remain the same. Total costs of processing Pacific cod may decline because of increased season length and the ability to participate so that deliveries are timed to better match production capacity. Improving technical efficiency within the sector is dependent on whether the two firms are able to reach an agreement on how to divide any processing limit. If a single processing limit is imposed, and if processing limits are established for each firm, the impact will depend on how constraining the overall limit is for those firms. Impacts on consumers and the nation, and again, all these sections will certainly be updated once the council provides your preliminary preferred alternative. Effects on consumers of the different PCTC program action alternatives are likely to be greater than the status quo, but be very similar across PCTC options since they provide the opportunity to provide higher quality and more diverse products. The greatest change in net benefits to the nation will result from the council selecting a version of the PCTC program to replace the current management structure that will increase both consumer and producer surplus by lowering costs of production and providing greater product values, all else being equal. The impacts on safety, management of the BSA trawl CV cod fishery under the PCTC program is expected to extend the A season, allowing vessel operators to fish under better weather conditions, reduce gear conflicts with other fisheries, and reduce crowding on the grounds. The B season, the April 1st through June 10th, and the C season could be timed better to fish when weather is better. The C season would not be included under alternative 2A of the program, but effort during that season is relatively small and vessels could still time their fishing to potentially avoid bad weather. A person's allocation will not be jeopardized by decisions to delay fishing to reduce safety risks, and incentives may exist for persons to fish in inclement weather, even under any rationalization program due to market opportunities, delivery schedules, and operational cost savings. With that, Mr. Chairman, if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Dr. Downs to talk about the fishing community, impacts on fishing communities.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brandon. Good afternoon, Dr. Downs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, Mike Downs, Whitfield Associates. I planned on talking just about the changes since the last version of the document, but there were some questions in the SSC and the AP and discussion questions earlier here at the council that I thought I'd give a little bit of background on. And first of those was the SSC requested that we clarify what we mean by consolidation and be more precise about that. And from a community perspective, consolidation, especially with LAPS, the programs we've seen before in the North Pacific, are often related to the movement of ownership of vessels and LLP licenses towards fewer and larger communities. And I would point out the data encompassed in the community, fishing community section show that that type of consolidation has already occurred in this fishery pre-program implementation, that within Alaska, consolidation of ownership of vessels and LLPs is consolidated into Kodiak, for CVs alone. Kodiak ownership addresses have been exclusive within Alaska since 2010. Overall, the largest consolidation of the fishery, though, over time, the 2014 through 2019 period, has sort of been reinforcing the Seattle MSA as kind of the center of gravity for catcher vessel ownership within this fishery. That the Seattle MSA metropolitan statistical area accounts for about 70% of the revenue measured by ex-vessel gross revenue. Washington State as a whole, 75%. And then Newport, Oregon accounts for about 19%, and the state of Oregon as a whole, 23% in terms of catcher vessel ownership. That being said, if you go back over the qualifying year options for the different date ranges, option 2.2.3, you can see over the 2004 through 2019 period, catcher vessel ownership within Alaska. You see catcher vessels showing up as owned in Kodiak, Sandpoint, Unalaska Dutch Harbor, Anchorage, and Petersburg. LLP license ownership in Kodiak, Homer, False Pass, Sandpoint, Juneau. If you choose the most recent and fewest year option, 2.21, the history that was earned on vessels are now on vessels that are owned exclusively in Kodiak and LLP licenses that are owned in Kodiak and Homer. That's not to say that if you choose a qualifying period with a greater number of years, that benefits for the implementation of the program would accrue to those communities that the ownership of vessels and LLPs used to be associated with. It's just a measure or another way of looking at the type of aggregation or consolidation that has taken place in recent years. Another comment was it didn't seem like there were community protection measures all in one place in the document, that they're scattered across the elements. I'd point you to a list in section 295 on page 327. There's only one element that has community provisions in the title of it, but there are multiple elements that would function as community protection measures similar to those seen in other LAP programs in the North Pacific. Those include element 2, non-severability from LLP licenses that tends to limit consolidation. As we've seen in the Rockfish program, which is the LAP that most closely resembles this one in terms of it being focused on not the primary species of most of the vessels involved. Element 4, Gulf sideboards, is designed to protect Gulf community fleets. Element 5, processor and community provisions. In retrospect, that maybe was an unfortunate name because that's the only one that has community in the title. Maybe a better name for that one would have been processor dimensions of community protection or something like that. But the goal of that one, as discussed earlier, is to stabilize landings in communities. Element 6, AI processor provisions, are designed to benefit communities in the Western Aleutian Islands. Trade-off, because that means landings wouldn't be made elsewhere for whatever is directed toward those communities. But that's similar to a regionalization type of protection that you've seen in other programs. Element 7, transferability. Again, limit consolidation. Element 8, ownership and use caps. Again, limit consolidation. And in parsing out the different sort of meanings of consolidation, from a community perspective, there's consolidation of effort onto fewer vessels, which can have, in this particular fishery, potentially less jobs for crew and skippers and, less business, fewer number of vessels patronizing support service businesses in those communities. However, it's not consolidation in the sense of vessels leaving all commercial fishing. It may be for those LLP license holders that only get a very small initial allocation. They don't ever harvest within the Pacific cod fishery cooperative quota. But much like we've seen in the Rockfish program, similar thing happened there. Those vessels tend to stay in fisheries in Alaska, still employ their crews, still employ their skippers. And so from a community impact perspective, that's not consolidation in the dramatic way that we saw in, say, the crab fishery, where vessels exited commercial fishing in Alaska altogether, quite a number of them. The other thing in terms of providing for the sustained participation in fishing communities, the basic design of the program itself can function as a community protection measure writ large in that it's a history-based program. So necessarily it's associated with LLP license ownership and catcher vessel ownership that is anchored, or at least sticky a bit, to communities associated with the vessels and LLP licenses that history was earned on. In other words, providing for the sustained participation of communities that are already in the program. Another thing I would mention is the SFC mentioned that we weren't very explicit about climate change and potential cumulative effects of climate change on coastal communities. We certainly can discuss that specifically in the revised document, but essentially, when you compare it to the no action alternative, which would the action alternatives to the no action alternative, no action alternative obviously would still be subject to climate change effects as well, and the action alternatives, either one of them, provides increased temporal, spatial, and operational flexibility, which would, while not perfect, would tend to make those make the program more climate change resistant than under the no action alternative. So with that, that's kind of just the background. Now I'd like to turn to focusing on the changes since you last saw this document. The first slide here, there's been modifications to the section on fishing communities, description, and there's new community detail added on a couple of different areas. One is new community detail on trawl catcher vessels that deliver to AI shoreside or CTs acting as motherships, the community linkages of those vessels. And the CDs delivering to shoreside or shore-based or floating processors are shown in tables 252 through 254. And within Alaska ownership of those vessels, none of those vessels have been owned in Alaska communities after 2010. For catcher vessels delivering to catcher processors acting as motherships, none have been owned in Alaska after 2008 in terms of community linkages to those vessels. It could be differentially affected by different elements or options that you've got in front of you. There's also new community detail on trawl catcher vessel license ownership for trawl vessels greater than or equal to 60 feet that have non-transferable AI-endorsed licenses. There's 4 of those. All have been owned in Washington communities since 2008. But we did look at crosswalks of those LLP license ownership with catcher vessel ownership. Those 4 vessels are also owned in Washington. But if you look at the home ports of those vessels, one's in Kodiak, 2 are in Washington, one's in Newport. For the less than 60-foot vessels with transferable AI-endorsed licenses, there's 8 of those. One has Anchorage or Girdwood ownership for 2004 through 17. And one had Juneau Douglas ownership from 2015 through 2019. If you crosswalk that ownership with the catcher vessel ownership, there's 1 Alaska, 6 Washington, and 1 missing from the data in the most recent year. If you look at home ports for those vessels, you can see more Alaska connection as there's 5 of the 8 in Washington, 1 with a Kodiak home port, 3 with Sandpoint, and 1 Petersburg. The other modification and the largest one to the fishing community section, though, is a new section on CDQ ownership interest in relevant trawl catcher vessels. There's a listing of ownership interest by CDQ group on page 124. And over the period 2004 through 2019, all 6 CDQ groups had partial ownership interest either in vessels that participated directly in the fishery harvesting Pacific cod or in vessels, AFA vessels that developed a revenue stream for their owners, including the CDQ groups, through leasing of their peak cod sideboards. And if you look at there's a correspondence of community ownership interest with community of catcher vessel ownership, home port, and community of LLP license ownership on page 125, because one of the things when we have tried to look at the impacts on CDQs of other programs like this, it's always hard to find CDQ ownership in the data because ownership structures are often so complex. And in the data, the ACFIN data we used for community association of vessels by vessel ownership, all of these vessels show up as, they appear in table 265, show up as having ownership in the Seattle metropolitan area. All LLP license ownership for these vessels shows up also as Seattle, with 2 exceptions, those being in Wasilla, which is the offices of one of the CDQ groups. But these vessels have, of these vessels, 8 have home ports in Seattle, 6 in Unalaska Dutch Harbor, and 1 in Juneau. More minor updates were made to sections covering the discussion of historical CDQ ownership interest in shore-based processors that have accepted trawl count deliveries of Bering Sea Pacific cod, the discussion of historical reallocations from the trawl sector to less than 60-foot hook and line and pot sectors, and the incremental contribution of those rollovers to fishing vessel portfolios has been expanded a bit. And I would say that that was discussed earlier today. I think Daryl talked about that a bit, or it was John, I think, sorry. In recent years, those have not occurred every year. They're variable year to year. They're still substantial, however, in terms of the individual operations involved and the small fleet, the small vessel fleet in on Alaska Dutch Harbor. And I would note that, of course, these are not actually reallocations between sectors. This action is internal to the sector allocation to the trawl CVs. But there have been incidental reallocated effects over the years, with rollovers going to the smaller hook and line and pot vessels. And so if that if those rollovers were to decrease or discontinue, that would be a change in the use patterns that would have effects on some small vessels. There's some new income data available for Alaska communities engaged in the fishery. So that table has been updated, and a summary of other Alaska communities' engagement in the non-CDQ peacock fishery has been updated as well. And finally, this is my last slide. There's a new discussion in the effects section for fishing communities, section 295. There's a new discussion of potential impacts to CDQ entities and the constituent community starting on page 329. And there are currently 11 trawl catcher vessels currently owned in part by 4 CDQ groups, which together represent 58 CDQ communities that have regularly pursued a strategy of leasing out their Pacific Cod sideboard allocations to develop the revenue streams like I was talking about before. And for the two alternatives, the two strawman alternatives that are being analyzed in this document, neither option 2.2.4, which is the blend history option, nor the unnumbered sub-option under element 7.1, the 90-day reassignment before quota becomes non-severable, which could potentially serve to protect the interest of the CDQ groups in this situation. Neither of those are part of either alternative 2A or 2B in this analysis. So we'll still, as this goes forward, we'll still analyze that, but were that to be part of a preferred alternative, preliminary preferred alternative, we certainly would analyze that in more depth as well. And finally, more minor updates have been made to the discussion of potential impacts related to potential reduction or discontinuation of historical patterns of reallocation, those incidental reallocative effects I mentioned before. There's a little bit of expansion on that and updating. And also in the effects on fishing crew and processing crew section, under alternative 1, there's been an expansion of the processing crew effects discussion. And under alternatives 2A and 2B, there's been an expansion of fishing crew discussion. And Mr. Chairman, that is the end of my summary of the updates, updates from what you saw the last time that you reviewed this document.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. If there's any questions before we move on. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Downs, for that summary. One of the things that I wanted to ask you is, in the community effects section, there seems to be sort of a cutoff at 2019, at the end of 2019, which is the end of the qualifying years, about participation by these communities, processors in these communities, et cetera. And while I understand why that makes sense for the portion of the analysis that has to do with allocations and such, it really seems that the effects on the communities, and I'm particularly looking out for the community of Falls Pass, should really include the most recent activity that you know about in those communities. And so I'm just asking about whether that choice to end the community effects section after 2019 was an attempt to align with the qualifying years or the data that was available to you, or what your thoughts were when you went through that.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Campbell, for that question. First, partially to align with the qualification year, but second, It was the last full year for which final revenue data were available, but that certainly can be added in terms of as this moves forward, because data is now becoming available, full year data for 2020, including revenue data. That can certainly be added this next go around.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Downs, and for the presentation on the updates to this section. And I think specifically helpful is this last one on CDQ participation. But I noted one of your last comments relative to the straw man alternative. And I think the point is that we don't currently have in our straw man alternatives that staff developed, but they're supposed to be kind of providing the bounds so far of what's in this analysis. We don't have anything that picks up anything that rewards the leasing of sideboard history as opposed to straight rewarding straight target history or landings from a license. And so I guess I'm asking you, what would this analysis look like if that wasn't picked up, or would you need the council, I assume, to modify one of those straw man alternatives or include it in a PPA alternative in order to capture what that effect is in combination with other elements? Does that question make sense? I'm really looking for, do we need to pick that up in an alternative set at this meeting? If we don't do that, would we be looking at a straight kind of description of what that element means to CDQ groups and other participants as opposed to its combination with other elements?
Through the chair. Thank you for that question, Ms. Kimball. No, I don't think you need to take any specific action. That is something that I was planning on expanding anyway. Obviously, if it is picked up as part of a preliminary preferred alternative, it's easier to then analyze that in combination with the other components of a full alternative. But I certainly think that the information that could be added in any event, without a specific request, could provide the council more information on the potential effects of that without any further specific request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Downs, I'm trying to interpret your paragraph on the impacts of alternative one, status quo, on communities relative to the consolidation issue that you described as you were talking to us. And your intro sentence there is that existing trends are likely to continue, but that's largely in terms of community engagement and dependency, and doesn't specifically address consolidation. You do describe the amount of consolidation that's occurred so far under status quo, as you talked about as well. But what I'm trying to see is if the analysis itself says that under alternative one, under status quo, whether either from the perspective of communities or from the perspective of vessels, you're suggesting that consolidation is likely to continue.
Through the chair. Thank you for that question, Mr. Twite. In terms of the consolidation that has occurred, given it's happened for a number of different reasons, but to specifically answer your question, I would not forecast in terms of participants in the sector at this point, from a community perspective, not from an individual operational perspective of, the economic viability of individual independent businesses under very trying conditions of short seasons, and all the reasons that you're considering this program. I don't see further consolidation in the sense of fewer communities being engaged in the fishery at this point directly. In that within Alaska, it's basically down to Kodiak for and Homer for LLP license ownership, and for catcher vessel down to Kodiak. And in the Pacific Northwest, there may be some further consolidation, into either Newport or Seattle, but there's not that many other communities directly involved. In terms of shore-based processor consolidation, I think the communities that have been engaged in the processing of substantial amounts of trawl caught landings have been pretty stable in the last few years, with the exception of ADAC, which, as you know, has a very different history than the others. So I guess I need to look at that paragraph you're pointing to and sort of clarify that.
That would certainly help me, and maybe also just a suggestion, I guess, more than a question. What I think caught my eye in part on that is that when I started reading through the next section there, the alternatives 2A and 2B, your lead sentence on consolidation is that under alternatives 2A and or 2B, additional consolidation of CV effort is expected to occur under a cooperative system. And I understand why you said that, but I was trying to, just juxtaposing the two and trying to draw a conclusion about this particular program and this particular set of alternatives with this particular set of measures that are designed to manage consolidation and protect communities. It seemed like I couldn't find that that status quo was not expected to be protective of communities, or hasn't been protective of communities in terms of consolidation. I couldn't find that clearly, and yet I could find sort of an intimation that a rationalization program may well result in consolidation, which is true, but isn't that why we recognize that and we've put these in place? In fact, sorry, it's a slightly argumentative question, but I'll throw it back to you and see if you have any response.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Dwight. And I'll give you a non-argumentative answer. This is where I think I started off saying we need to be more precise in our use of the term consolidation, because and I am as guilty of this as anyone who had a hand in this document, of not being precise in the use of the word consolidation. What we would expect in under this program is there would be fewer vessels harvesting cooperative quota, actually, landing fish under the cooperative system than we would expect under the status quo. As vessels that are issued, lower amounts of fewer quota shares would choose to focus their efforts elsewhere. So in that sense of consolidation, there's fewer vessels on the water participating in this fishery. From a more important sense of the word consolidation, from a community perspective, those vessels that are no longer focusing their effort on this fishery, not harvesting cooperative quota, we expect, based on the reasons outlined earlier, there not to be many of those vessels exit all commercial fisheries in Alaska, that they still would be providing benefits to those communities in which they make port calls and buy fuel and patronize support service businesses. And for the Kodiak vessels that are primarily Gulf of Alaska oriented, still focus on the Gulf of Alaska fisheries. So I think you're picking up on that imprecise use of the word or conflated use of the word consolidation, and that definitely needs to be cleaned up in the next version of the document.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. I think what I appreciate from your answer is just a reminder to me and others that that as you say, there's these two different sort of meanings, and that relative to a lot of both to our objectives and the purpose and need, as well as the Magnuson Act standards, one form of consolidation may be fairly neutral, but the form of consolidation that impacts communities is the one we should be focused on. And in terms of understanding clearly as we choose among alternatives for this action. And I appreciate that reminder. I think I've probably been sloppy in my use as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Dr. Downs really got to a lot of what I was going to try and get to, but I just want to ensure that when we do see this back, we may not see consolidation in the sense that licenses go away. I think, please, Dr. Downs, correct me if I'm not characterizing what you said correctly, but in the sense that annual consolidation is expected to occur with fewer vessels on the water, that will have effects on historic processors and communities. And we do have a set of options under ownership and vessel use caps to try to address both of those senses. But I guess my question is, a preliminary preferred alternative identified by this council might help you get to the core of this effect. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, in short.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Downs. On this point, I guess we're anticipating what may happen when this is implemented, but then we will also have an opportunity to review the performance of this program and specifically harvesting patterns and distribution of catch. And I'm just wondering whether or not you feel that you currently have the tools available to assess at a broad level some of those potential impacts as we undertake our quinquennial review process. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Merrill, for that comment. Yes, I think we have the data that we can do that for the, I don't know what the right term is for the within 7 years, not septennial, for that for the initial review as well as the 5-year reviews thereafter. So, short answer to your question is yes. I think we would have the tools to be able to do that. I mean, there's always additional information that could be gathered that would make things more precise, but obviously there's a big trade-off in cost and efficacy of that additional information.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Downs. My question is on this effects of the alternatives. I've got a question on the Aleutian Islands, and primarily, my question gets to elements 5, the provisions and the processor and community provisions, and number 6, the Aleutian, particularly number 6, Aleutian Islands processor provisions. When we're looking at the effects out there, since Amendment 113 was vacated, and we're looking in this analysis that one of the potential outcomes would be that we would allocate a certain amount of cod that would need to be delivered shoreside in the Aleutian Islands area.
and, maybe that's a percentage or maybe it's 5,000 tons, whatever it is, the effect that could have on other gear groups, non-trawl groups that are fishing in the Aleutian Islands and have history of fishing in the Aleutian Islands. And the reason I'm bringing that up is, for instance, would be when there was a shoreside plant there in 2016, and there's no A or B season in the Aleutian Islands, 100% of this quota could be taken in the A season. 100% of all of the available quota in the A season could potentially be taken. This is an example. And it was, in fact, that happened in 2016, where we had a March closure of all cod fishing in the Aleutian Islands in 2016, and had a similar situation with a much later closure date, but still a very truncated, what would have been a B season in 2019. So my question is, why is it that we haven't looked at those effects of alternatives on other non-trawl sectors that fish in the Aleutian Islands? Am I missing something? Is it somewhere in the document? It's something that we looked at and then we decided not to go any further on it, or is this something that you haven't done? I've brought this up before, and I'm still somewhat surprised that we're not looking at this. And I just want to make sure when we take final action that we have a document where we've looked at all of the effects on, including the effects on other sectors. So this was one example that I thought of. So Dr. Downs, maybe that's a better question for Mr. Brennan or John, but I'll ask you, Mr. Downs.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Downs, for that question. I think I am going to take the easy out that you've offered and punt to Mr. Brennan, because I think it's more of a intersector question than it is a community question. So, Daryl, you can help with that answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Down and Mr. Downs. I think you're right. I think we should include a section that talks about the impacts to other sectors, and I think when we had a request from the advisory panel to look at or various individuals, can't remember exactly where it came from at this point in the week, to basically describe the impacts on the Aleutian Islands in terms of if we have these set-asides or delivery requirements for the trawl CV sector. We have an ICA set, and look at the directed fishing allowance, what's left over that could potentially be available for other sectors to use. I think that should be included in the analysis, and I will put it on my list to make sure that it is included in the next version of the draft that you review.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Downs, and thank you for the answer, Mr. Brennan, and I appreciate that that answer, and I'm glad to hear that it's something that we will look at. I think for us to have a complete document, we should look at the effects that this might have on other sectors, particularly in the Aleutian Islands, where we've seen these effects in the past. So I think there's something that could easily be analyzed as potentials of reoccurrences of those situations I mentioned in 2016 and 2019. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions? All right, I think we're ready to move ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think I will turn it over to Ms. John for the summary of the text.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. Good afternoon, members of the council and chairman. My name is Abby John. I'm with the NIMS regional office, and we'll be presenting the summary of effects of alternatives to monitoring and enforcement. So John briefly covered a slide with monitoring objectives and requirements earlier, which are also outlined in section 2.8.11 on page 256 of the analysis. So as a reminder, the council motion specified a goal that all vessels in the PCPC program will be in the full coverage category, with the exception of those delivering unsorted cod to motherships, which would change monitoring requirements for participating trawl CVs to have full observer coverage, to retain all allocated groundfish species, discard PSC after sampling is completed by an observer, but all vessels provide a computer with Atlas and at-sea transmission capabilities for observers to enter, transmit data, and communicate with NIMS, and completion and submission of a logbook, as well as delivered catches weighed on the state of Alaska certified scale. Section 2.9.10, effects on monitoring and enforcement, begins on page 336. The section in the analysis and this presentation describe current monitoring requirements under the status quo and evaluations of the impact of the proposed monitoring elements of the PCPC program on the affected industry and agency stakeholders. For a condensed version, refer to Table 2-161 on page 337, which summarizes the monitoring requirements. And for this version of the analysis and for an overview of updates to this section, NIMS primarily focused on the impact on the partial coverage program for fee revenue and monitored days, and the impact on the fleet for observer coverage and data transmission requirements. I will go into detail on these impacts in this presentation. So the impact to the partial coverage program under the proposed PCPC program, all vessels would move from the partial to full coverage category. Currently, an observer fee of 1.65% of the ex-vessel value is collected on landings of groundfish and halibut by vessels in the partial coverage category. Under the PCTC program, landings would not be subject to the observer fee, which is likely to overall reduce fee revenue. Observer deployments are funded through a system of fees from vessels that are not in the full coverage category. Procurement of observer fees would then shift from the partial coverage category service delivery model to a full coverage delivery model. So to evaluate the impact on observer fee revenues, NIMS analyzed the portion of the fee revenues that would have been part of the program during the years 2013 to 2019 for vessels that target Pacific cod in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, with the exception of vessels that opted into full coverage and paid both the observer fee and their full coverage costs. Table 2-162 on page 341 provides a summary of the impact on observer fee revenue for this year range had the PCPC program existed. The amount of fee revenue from partial coverage vessels that would have moved to the program ranges from about 1.5% to 4.65% of the total observer fee revenue, with an average of 3% over that year range. Overall, applying this scenario, it would result in a reduction in observer fee revenue for the partial coverage program. By moving vessels into full coverage, this would also impact the partial coverage program by reducing the number of partial coverage trips that would have been selected for observer coverage. Under the status quo, the annual deployment plan, or ADP, specifies observer deployment rates for vessels in partial coverage. Under the program, trawl fishing effort would not be included in the observer ADP, therefore reducing effort in the partial coverage category. Since the observer program was restructured in 2013, the number of partial coverage monitored days that would have moved from partial coverage into the program had it existed ranged from 54 to 276 days, or a range of about 1.3% to 6.3%, with an average of 3.8%. Overall, considering the two parts of the impacts to the partial coverage program, observer fee revenue and monitor days in partial coverage, this would result in a reduction in observer fee revenue and a reduction in the number of trips in partial coverage that are factored into the ADP budget. In each year except 2014, the percentage of total fees lost by vessels moving to full coverage is less than the percentage of monitored days that would have moved to the program. This means that there is less revenue for the partial coverage program, but also less trips to cover since less vessels are in the partial coverage category. Therefore, there would be a minimal impact on the ADP.
Thanks, John. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Jan, I was curious about the range of years you selected in terms of the calculating the number of days, the percentage impact in terms of days. Your table here starting in 2013, I think shows very well the effects of the policy shifts that the councils had over the course of 2013 through 2019, where moving from the first couple of years relatively equal observer coverage across all the different fixed gear trawl sectors towards moving more and more observer deployment beyond the hurdle onto trawl vessels. And so I'm wondering what these averages would look like if you dropped out 2013 and 2014, which were sort of pre that policy shift. Because I think in terms of projecting forward, you can assume that the policy shift that's really occurred in the more recent years is likely to continue. It looks to me like you would come up with, instead of a comparison of 3% loss to 3.8% gain, you'd come up with a higher percent gain if you were to capture only the years in this table that reflect the council's current policy.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I may call on Alicia Miller to help answer your question if you're looking for more clarification here.
I am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Kameen, and thank you, Abby, for punting the question. Mr. Twite, sorry, for the record, Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service. And so, Mr. Twite, to answer your question, we could take a look at that and add that into the next iteration. One of the reasons we chose this set of years for this comparison is just because it covers the full range of years since the major program shift in 2013 and the implementation of the new program. But for comparison's sake, we could take a look at those averages and provide several different ranges of averages in the next iteration.
I'd appreciate that, because one of the I think one of the rationales that was in the back of several folks' mind for supporting this particular program was that moving just sort of that general observation that in terms of the partial coverage category, there's by policy choice, there's sort of a disproportional amount of cost going into the trawl sector versus revenue coming out of the fixed gear sector, and moving a trawl fishery into full coverage is one way of helping address that disparity. And when you use all the years, it looks like it's more of a wash. If you use the more recent years, I'm just eyeballing, you actually begin to see a real benefit in terms of being able to then, by reducing your expenses more than you're reducing your revenues, significantly more, you begin to see some of the partial coverage resources being available for other priorities. And that's kind of, I'm interested in seeing whether or not that's actually plays out. Because that was part of the reasoning as well, I think, for the policy shift. Does that make sense to you? I know I can turn it into a question.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think I understand your point, and that's something that we can look at and provide additional information in the next draft.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Back to you, Ms. John.
Alrighty, so back to the impacts on vessel owners and fishery participants. So the shift of vessels from partial to full coverage may also have an impact on the cost that vessels are paying for observer coverage. Instead of paying observer fees based on the value of catch, vessels would procure observer services by contracting directly with a permitted observer provider and would directly pay the full cost of their observer coverage. As of now, partial coverage pays the 1.65% observer fee. For those that opt into full coverage, there are direct monitoring costs. Under the proposed program, all catcher vessels except those delivering unsorted cod-ins to motherships are in the full coverage category. So to evaluate the impact on observer coverage costs, the number of vessels and monitor days that would have been part of the program during that same year range of 2013 to 2019 were analyzed. So this table shows the impact on trawl CV costs for observer coverage under the proposed PCTC program, including those that opt in and those that would have moved to full coverage had the program existed during that same year range. So this is shown by the number of vessels, estimated number of monitor days, and estimated full coverage observer costs. However, to parse out this cost information a little bit more, here's a summary using 2019 data only, which is extracted from the previous table, Table 2-164, and from Table 2-162, which is the impacts on observer fee revenue. Of the two categories shown here, there are no changes in cost to those that already opt into the full coverage program. For those that would move to full coverage under the status quo, the estimated cost paid in observer fees is about $97,000, amounting to an average of about $3,000 per vessel. And under the proposed program, the estimated cost that would be paid in observer fees is about $233,000, amounting to an average of about $7,000 per vessel. So for the next slide here, this covers the impacts of requiring Atlas and at-sea data transmission. Under the status quo for data transmission requirements, some vessels, depending on the coverage category and other fisheries, already have Atlas and the ability to transmit data at sea. For the proposed PCTC program, Atlas and data transmission equipment would be required for all CVs. The costs are provided in the analysis. This table provides a summary of vessel categories and data transmission capabilities based on the ESAI catcher vessel trawl open access fishery during the years 2018 through 2021. For vessels greater than 125 feet length overall, it is required by regulation to have a computer with Atlas and data transmission capabilities. For vessels less than 125 feet length overall and AFA eligible, they are required to have a computer with Atlas but are not required to transmit data at sea. For vessels less than 125 feet length overall and not AFA eligible, they are not required to have a computer with Atlas, nor are they required to transmit at sea. For the vessels listed and those affected by the proposed requirement, they would likely need to purchase a laptop if they do not have one already, which would result in a fleet-wide cost of around $8,500 for those vessels. For the cost of data transmission, there are a variety of options and levels of service plans available for both leasing and purchasing. The costs provided in the analysis were primarily based on lease price. At the low end, NIMS estimated that the cost per vessel would include a one-time cost of about $5,000 to purchase and install the system and about $600 a year for the communication services. At the high end, the cost per vessel could be a one-time cost of about $1,900 for installation and up to $7,800 per year if the vessel chose to rent the equipment and purchase unlimited data. For additional categories of impact, for those that opt in already, since all vessels will move to the full coverage category, depending on how the program is structured, regulations authorizing trawl CVs to annually request placement in the full coverage category may no longer be needed. For gear conversion, under the status quo, all CVs fishing pot gear are in the partial coverage category. Depending on how the Council approaches Element 14, monitoring requirements would need to be developed for vessels using pot gear to harvest allocated species. For impacts on shoreside processors, under the status quo, landings are reported by processors via e-landings. For the proposed program, landings would still be reported on e-landings. Catch of allocated species would be required to be sorted by species and weighed on a state of Alaska certified scale. that has the capability to print an unalterable record of the weights. For impacts on observer providers under the status quo, coverage days are split between one NIMS contracted observer provider for vessels and partial coverage and 4 permitted observer providers for full coverage. Under the proposed program, all observer coverage days would be contracted with the permitted observer provider. For agency costs, under the proposed program, implementation and management is likely to add additional staff time to process and issue annual CQ applications and transfers. There may be additional costs for training and debriefing if the program increases the number of observer deployments. There may be development of applications for quota share issuance and transfers, as well as monitoring use caps or any additional programming changes needed. There would be staff time spent on calculated and publishing standard prices and to administer billing for annual cost recovery. However, the scope of agency costs and impacts have not been fully evaluated and will be further analyzed in future iterations. For enforcement, specifics of the management options are not yet available to determine enforcement issues. The primary goal is to ensure timely and accurate reporting of catch. For enforcement precepts, please see Table 2-166. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. John. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jen. I have a question back on the Atlas software and observer data transmission, and I have to admit I'm not very familiar with this aspect of the monitoring programs, and so I'm looking at Table 2-165 and trying to figure out the current requirements. I appreciate this table, and so my understanding, I'm looking at the less than 125 and AFA eligible vessel category. Currently, the regulations require those vessels to have a computer with Atlas software, but they are not required by regulation to have the data transmission capabilities. And for the under less than 125 vessel category, the answer is no for both of those things. So am I to understand, I'm looking at the NIMS recommendation for this PCTC program, and vessels under the PCTC program would be required by regulation to provide observer access to a computer with Atlas and data transmission capabilities. So I assume that would be, there would be a yes in both columns for PCTC vessels if we were looking at it that way. But the requirements for ASA vessels, for example, that are less than 125 feet, if they only participate in the pollock fishery, this wouldn't change the regulations for them at all. They still would not have to have the data transmission capabilities. Am I understanding that correctly? Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. So for all vessels participating in the proposed PCTC program, they would be required to have a computer with Atlas and data transmission capabilities. To clarify the categories of the table here, under 125 feet and AFA eligible, those are vessels in the that have fished in the open, also vessels that have fished in the open access fishery. We were just trying to break those down into smaller categories. Does that answer your question? That does. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Any further questions for Ms. John? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johns. Mine's a quick one. I see a lot in this section under both the status quo alternative and then the straw man alternative, you know, the impacts on costs and both the regulated community under this action, harvesters and processors, and the agency. But I guess I don't see, and I could be missing it, please correct me, I don't see anything that really talks about advantages or disadvantages of the two alternatives based on data quality, coverage, you know, any of the expectations that we have for moving from a, you know, choose voluntarily whether you're going to have full coverage or be in partial coverage, to just a certainty that this entire fleet is going to be covered with full coverage as long as the program's in place. And so is there a section here on data or quality or, effects on that kind of component of this action, or does that need to be added?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, so in section 2.8.11 on page 256, there's sort of a rationale for why the agency would like to have full observer coverage and Atlas and data transmission capabilities, but we can certainly expand that further in this section, the section on effects, as well as on the element description itself.
Thank you. I think the comparison between the two alternatives in terms of what data quality and coverage we're getting might be helpful. So thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Ms. John.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Joe Krieger, NOAA Fisheries, Alaska Regional Office. I'm going to conclude our presentation of C4 with just a really high-level summary of the environmental assessment section. So overall, the environmental assessment section didn't really identify any significant effects that would stem from this action on the biological, physical, or human environment. In the section, we focus specifically on the possible impacts to the Pacific cod stock, incidental catch species, prohibited catch species, and marine mammals. And we didn't really go into detail on possible implications to the other resource categories, including seabirds, habitat, and ecosystem. And that's simply because it is expected that this action would result in negligible effects on those resource categories. So in looking at possible impacts on the Pacific cod stock, we really didn't identify anything from this action that would result in a greater impact than status quo. And so we just concluded that this action isn't expected to jeopardize the sustainability of the Pacific cod stock. Looking at impacts to incidental catch, Table 3-4 in the analysis shows the composition of the incidental catch in this fishery. And again, we really didn't identify any significant impact that would be expected as a result of this action. The incidental harvest of these species, of these incidental catch species in the fishery are already limited by MRAs, and we're not proposing to change any of those limits with this action. And so again, we concluded that there is not likely to be a significant impact on the incidental catch species. However, we did point out that this may need to be readdressed depending on the direction that the council chooses to take with element 14, which is the gear conversion provision. As we already heard, this element could result in the use of more pot gear in the fishery, and this could result in a change in the composition of the incidental catch if more pot gear is fished relative to trawl gear. But as John and Daryl pointed out earlier, we really don't have a good idea as to ultimately the number of vessels that would use the gear conversion provision. And so we're waiting a little bit more clarification on that aspect of this action before we do a more thorough analysis on the effects of element 14. Moving to impacts to PSC species, the PSC species that we looked at in this assessment were halibut and several species of crab. And again, we really didn't identify any significant impacts as a result of this action. PSC limits for crab and halibut are already examined during the specification process and are believed to be sustainable, and this action isn't proposing to increase PSC limits, although it may actually lower PSC limits. And so we concluded that this action is not expected to result in significant impacts to PST species. But again, this may need to be readdressed depending on the direction that the council takes with regards to element 14. You already heard a lot about our potential concerns about this from Daryl, chiefly being the fact that pot gear would take less halibut but more crab PSC. But again, we don't really know how many vessels would ultimately choose to use the gear conversion provision, and so we're waiting for that to get fleshed out a little bit more before we can do a more thorough analysis on the possible effects of element 14. And finally, looking at possible impacts to marine mammals, the only concern we identified for potential impacts on the incidental take of marine mammals is again dependent on how the council addresses element 14. The list of fisheries classifies the Pacific cod trawl fishery as a Tier 2 Category 3 fishery, while the Pacific cod pot gear fishery is classified as a Tier 2 Category 2 fishery. And this simply means that there's a higher probability of marine mammal entanglement in the pot fishery compared to the trawl fishery. And so if this action were to result in the use of more pot gear in the fishery, that could result in more takes of marine mammals. But again, we don't really know how many vessels would do that, what the increase in pot gear would look like. And so we need to have a bit better understanding of how that provision will be structured in order to provide a more complete assessment of its potential impact. When looking at impacts to prey availability to marine mammals, the only concern we noted was that if this action were to result in some changes to the season allocation or timing of the fishery, then there would likely need to be some reevaluation of possible impacts on stellar sea lion prey availability. And finally, looking at potential disturbance effects on marine mammals, similar to those just discussed for prey availability, barring any changes to seasonal allocation or timing of the fishery, we didn't really identify any significant effects on marine mammals. And with that, that concludes the environmental assessment portion and our presentation of C4.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krieger. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, and I think I'm back on, thank you, Mr. Chair, slide 91, I think. I guess I don't even know if that's the right one. I'm trying to find out your conclusion under incidental catch and then the statement about maybe readdressing whether there's an effect on incidental catch depending on the gear conversion element. And I think I might just be missing the point there, and I'd appreciate a better understanding. I assumed you're talking about incidental catch of cod, or maybe you're talking about incidental catch of something else. Maybe you could just confirm that for me.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So in this is specifically talking about non-cod incidental catch in the directed cod fishery. And so I think that the point is that right now there's a difference between the incidental catch composition that comes from trawl fisheries versus pot fisheries. And the concern would be possibly how that composition of catch would change if there were more pots being fished relative to trawl gear being fished, and just what that different composition of incidental catch may look like.
Thank you, and thanks for that explanation. And so was your point that hasn't been addressed yet in the analysis, but that it would need to be in order for us to fully understand the effects of the gear conversion element?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. We don't really have a firm understanding of the number of participants that may choose to use the gear conversion principle or provision. And so if there was only a couple of vessels that used it, there likely wouldn't be a substantial shift in the composition of incidental catch. But if a lot of vessels chose to participate in that, then that could be a more substantial shift and something that we should look at.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just for reference, I'm looking at the table 2-147 and just kind of wondering what else we might see as a large effect, even if most of the fleet used pot gear, which I don't think is expected. But I think just through this exchange, you understand where I'm going. So I appreciate that indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Krieger. I have a similar question. You mentioned several times that you need further clarification on the gear conversion element. And so I guess I want to make sure I understand, are there things the council need to clarify about the potential gear conversion option that are not currently in the elements, or is it just the types of further analysis that you just discussed with Ms. Kimball? I just want to make sure if beyond what staff has already suggested, for example, to element 14, I feel like we got a suggestion we should clarify what the monitoring requirements would be, for example, for pot CVs that would be participating in gear conversion. Are there other things the council needs to clarify that would help you complete the EA?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, and I might punt some of this over to Daryl or John, but I think one of the aspects that came up in the PSC discussion around gear conversion is just not having a good sense of how many people would actually choose to use this, or if there might be a more a regional effect on who might use this. And so I don't know if Daryl or John have more to add, but anything that helps kind of narrow that window down would help with getting at how big of a impact this may or may not have. Maybe John or Daryl could have added to that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I have a whole lot more to add. I think what we can do is maybe expand the discussion that we already have in the document of what individuals are, under what cases people are more likely to utilize gear conversion. And depending on exactly what comes out of this meeting in the council's motion, we can look at that and see if that has any effect on our summary. But no matter what we say in the analysis, until it actually happens, is going to be fairly speculative. And we can do the best we can, but we don't really have a crystal ball that's going to tell us now and in the future how many people ultimately end up using gear conversion. But we can try and expand on that section.
Thank you, Dr. Krieger. I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan. That sort of was my thinking as well, and so I was just trying to reconcile Dr. Krieger's earlier statements that perhaps there would be a way to arrive at a better projection of how many participants might use the gear conversion option. So thank you for that discussion. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Okay, I don't see any. All right, thank you all for the presentation. All right, that will bring us to our advisory panel report.
Mr. Chairman, this is Matt Upton. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Ruth's also going to join in a minute, and she's going to do the first part of the presentation. I'll do the second part. So once she's with us, we'll get started.
I am here. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
We can, and I think it's probably best to pause after each element to see if there's questions. That'd probably be an orderly way to do it.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, that sounds like a good plan. And I think for sake of efficiency, we were just going to highlight where where PPAs were identified or where changes were made to the elements and options instead of reading each entire element in it, the whole thing.
Okay, that sounds fine to me. Just want to see if any council members would like us to approach that differently. Okay, so it looks like we've got a plan. Ms. Christensen.
Okay. Okay. It looks like the PowerPoint is up, and we will begin for the advisory panel report on agenda item C4. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So the AP recommends the council release the analysis for public review to support final action after making the following revisions to the elements and identifying the following preliminary preferred alternatives, which are highlighted in yellow. The revisions are shown in underline, and any deletions are shown in strike through. And just for everybody to note that if there are no revisions or an identified PPA for an element, it is stated following the title of that element. And the main motion as amended passed 15-3. So for the purpose of need, there was no changes, or there were no changes. Element 1, the cooperative style system, PPA was identified, and that is for no limitation on the number of LLP license holders or eligible catch history needed to form a cooperative. For element 2, the allocation to LLP licenses, there were 2 PPAs identified and 1 revision. So the first PPA identified is for option 2.2.2 for the qualifying years of 2009 to 2019. The other PPA identified was for option 2.3.2, and that also had the revision so that it now reads assigned to an LLP license by the owner of the vessel that made the catch in all cases.
Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. I wonder if you could help me understand the context for the suggested addition to option 2.3.2, the extra language. I assume it, since you left the element language 2.3 the same in terms of in the absence of agreement, history will be divided under the 2 options. Can you explain to me the AP's intent for the impact of the additional language in 2.3.2?
Yes, Ms. Baker, through the chair, and I'll have Matt chime in as well. But this was in response to public testimony that we had received, which I believe you will also be receiving, and it's an issue that has to do with stack licenses and area endorsements. And so trying to, it doesn't, the intent was not to, supersede in the absence of an agreement, and just to really provide clarity that for 2.3.2, that has to do with the license by the owner of the vessel. So Matt, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Sure. The only thing I'd add is that the staff indicated that, for example, if a LLP doesn't have a sub-area endorsement for the area where the fishery occurs and there's a stacked license,
then the default would be for the catch history to be assigned to whatever license had that sub-area endorsement, even if there's another LLP for the other area. And staff indicated absent some kind of direction, that's how they would do that. The AP recommended by the use of, in all cases, that staff basically assign the quota to the vessel's owner's LLP's designation, which may be different from the one where the sub-area harvest took place. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
On this point, was there discussion about whether this might unravel other arrangements? This feels like the sort of language that that has often ended up impacting other arrangements that are currently in effect that hadn't been impacted previously. And so I'm just wondering if the AP had a sense of the universe of potential impacts of this language.
Ruth, you want to go ahead? Or?
Oh, yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite. The AP didn't have that discussion. We didn't broach the potential that this could have, as you indicated, with other arrangements. Like I said, it was in response to public testimony that we received at the AP, and like Matt indicated, you know, with the clarification from staff, you know, that is why that language was added. But we didn't broach the broader implications.
Thanks.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps in response to Mr. Twite's question, you've already addressed this, but just so I understand what the AP had intended here, if I read this, if there were 2 or 3 licenses that were stacked on a vessel, the vessel owner would decide where that catch history would be assigned, regardless of the specific endorsement, area endorsement of that LLP license, or regardless of any other contractual agreements that may exist between the LLP holder and other participants. Is that correct?
No, through the chair, it was the first part of your statement is correct, that the vessel owner would be able to determine which of the LLPs received the history, even if the LLP receiving the history didn't have the area endorsement. But the second part, which is you said, even if there was an agreement, no, because if there was still an agreement, that would govern. And we didn't change the in the absent of agreement language at the top of 2.3. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My question, I think, is to Mr. Upton. So when I'm looking at this, I listened to your description, I listened to the other council members' questions, and I was hoping that this would clarify things for me. But from everything that I've heard, if this option wasn't there, it would work the same way as it was if it is there, being that I think one of the utilities of this would be if, as Ruth had pointed out, that if, you know, could have to do with an area endorsement difference, but the default, according to the staff, when you checked with staff on this, was that the default would be that you wouldn't assign queues to an LLP that didn't have an endorsement for that area, you would assign that to the LLP that had the area endorsement. I'm just failing to see what the utility of this is. If I'm missing a point here, I think what you've done here is added this option that was by default that would have already gone the way that you're describing this to me. So I'm either missing something or I think that there's a potential that this option doesn't need to be added after you receive the clarification from staff. So Mr. Upton or Ruth, either one of you, but that's my question is after, do you still feel that, I'll leave it at that.
Through the chair, so yes, the default that the staff identified is that if a harvest happens in that sub area and there's only one LLP on the vessel that's legally allowed to have it fish in that area, that is the default where the quota share would go. The AP heard some testimony from a stakeholder that said that default staff decision would result in them receiving either substantially almost none of their history or a big chunk of it being gone, in their words. What this change would do is have the staff, since it's a Bering Sea and Aleutian Island quota share program, not go with the default and to assign it to, for example, the other license in the other area. So yeah, that's why in all cases is added, because it changes from the default of what, as you and Mr. Merrill outlined, what staff would otherwise do if not getting this direction from the AP.
Okay, thank you. That was the clearest I think you'd put that, so I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready to move to element 3, and before you do that, I'll just remind members of the public, although from the looks of it, they don't need a whole lot of reminding, but to sign up prior to the end of the AP report to provide public comment. Okay, Ms. Christensen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving on to element 3 for prohibited species catch limit. There were no changes and no PPA was recommended by the AP. Element 4, GOA sideboards. There were revisions that were made, but no PPA was identified. And there is lots of language that was added to this element. So I think I'll go ahead and read element 4. Option 4.1, all AFA non-GOA exempt CVs and AFA LLP licenses will be sideboarded as to all Gulf of Alaska groundfish fishing, except for the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program, based on their Gulf catch history during the BSAI Pacific Cod qualifying period. Prohibit directed fishing in regulations for the GOA non-exempt AFA CVs and LLPs for southeast outside pollock, western shallow water flatfish, and both central and eastern deep water flatfish and eastern POP. Option 4.2, AFA Gulf of Alaska exempt and non-AFA CVs assigned to LLP licenses with BSAI Pacific Cod quota share will not be permitted to lease their BSAI Pacific Cod quota as a condition of benefiting from the GOA sideboard exemption, except for the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program. If the vessel with the qualified GOA exempt LLP license doesn't fish the GOA during the calendar year, the vessel can lease their BSAI cod that calendar year. Cooperatives will be required to monitor Gulf of Alaska exempt AFA and non-AFA vessels to ensure they do not lease their BSAI Pacific Cod cooperative quota and implement a penalty structure for violations. Cooperatives will be required to report leasing activities and penalties issued in the annual BSAI Pacific Cod Cooperative Report. Sub-option 4.2.1, AFA, GOA exempt, and non-AFA CVs with LLP licenses of less than 200 metric tons, 400 metric tons, or 600 metric tons of average annual qualifying BSAI COD history may lease their BSAI COD history and benefit from the AFA GOA sideboard exemption.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so that I understand the inclusion of the word groundfish in the first option 4.1, is that to clarify that the sideboards should not apply to halibut PSC limits as were originally described in the analysis?
Mr. Merrill, through the chair, yes.
And then my second follow-up question under 4.1 is the prohibition on directed fishing for the various groundfish fisheries that are listed there. Is that intended to identify those fisheries for which we already believe that the sideboards will be so small that they won't be available for directed fishing? Is it sort of an administrative efficiency issue, or is there some other aspect of that that was behind the AP's motion?
Mr. Merrill, through the chair, no, you have it correct. It's just to identify those fisheries that likely won't be open.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen.
Ms. Kimball.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merrill's second question got to my question. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Matt now, who will take over for the rest of the presentation.
Okay. This is element 5, processor and community provisions. There's one PPA and 2 revisions. The PPA is option 5.21. Each eligible CP acting as a mothership may process up to the hire of 1, the processor's history, percentage based on qualifying years selected in element 2.2, or 2, the history percentage based on qualifying years selected under element 2.2 from LLP licenses that are owned in excess of 75% directly or indirectly by the owner of a catcher processor LLP eligible for the offshore sector of the target non-CDQ Bering Sea Luzon Pacific Cod Trawl CV fishery as of December 31st, 2019. And then under option 5.3.3, which is the modification element 5.3, CVs that deliver to CPs in the qualifying years maintain their ability to deliver to CPs. And then finally on the next slide, the range of processor harvest shares to be allocated to eligible processors was narrowed with 5% struck as well as 30% struck. I'll pause there.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question, Mr. Upton, on their previous slide. Yep, that one. So the addition, I see that the AP's PPA is in yellow there, but the addition under element 5.3, is the intent there then that a CV would just have to have 1 landing in any of the qualifying years in order to deliver all of their quota to CPs in the future? Is that 5.3.3 a substitute for the council direction, or 5.3.2 is what I'm getting at, that you went forward and developed an eligibility threshold and it's 1 landing?
Through the chair, there wasn't that level of specificity of 1 landing. The maker of the motion was really general, just indicated that in his vessel in particular had delivered offshore occasionally, and that he wanted to make sure if the council decided to limit what trawl CVs could go offshore, that he would qualify. But there wasn't, to your point, specific landing thresholds as part of that, or years, or anything like that. It was just more at the concept level.
Okay, thanks,
All right.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Upton, did the AP have a discussion about an expectation that the council would develop other eligibility thresholds still under 5.3.2? Is there a purpose to having that retained, I guess, is what I'm getting at in the AP's mind? Or, yeah.
Through the chair, we didn't have an extensive discussion around retaining 5.3. There was some pointed to how under 5.21 there's not a specific limit on which vessels could deliver to those CPs, but that there may be scenarios where if the CP has a restriction on the sideboard, that could potentially restrict a CV that may have wanted to go there. So no, there wasn't. The PPA was 5.21, and then this was just a motion if the council were to decide on 5.3 to pursue that further, to just look at one of those thresholds being if you've delivered in the past without going to the specificity that you pointed out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Upton, I have a question about the AP's recommended PPA of option 5.2.1. And I was looking in the rationale, and maybe I just didn't see it, but did the AP receive testimony in support of that? Or what was the, I mean, there are a few options here for the council to pursue, and like you and Ms. Kimball just discussed, there was another approach added under 5.3. So can you just give me a little sense of the sort of support that you received either through public testimony at the AP or in the AP discussion itself for selecting a PPA at this point for that element?
Through the chair, 2 comment letters from each of the eligible CPs reference option 5.21. If their reservations over there being a sideboard were discarded, that would be something that could be considered as long as it reflected each's individual business plans. At past meetings, we've had really extensive discussions about that with lots of public testimony. At this meeting, it was mostly focused on those comment letters and kind of minimal discussions, since it wasn't really a new concept that was being introduced, more just to have a vessel-specific sideboard and for it to be based on the kind of different business plans of the 2 CPs. And there's comment letters that speak to that, and I'm sure you'll hear some public testimony on that before you. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Upton. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Upton. Back to the new option 533. This is an LLP-based program. 533 is worded as if it's the steel, no matter whether or not it also has the LLP. So is that just a wording thing? Did the AP mean that actually it goes to the CVs that actually have the LLP can maintain their ability, or is it CVs regardless of the status of their LLP?
Through the chair, that it was in terms of the context of the LLP. I think sometimes vessel operators just think of it as a boat, but and that's what I think what it meant by that. But no, there wasn't supposed to be a change for this specific one that absent a LLP that had done this, a vessel could do that. So it's still within the kind of LLP program. I think that's what the intention was, just that the CVs that have delivered to CPs would do that based on, and that would show up on their LLP, and that the LLP would continue to be able to do that. It wasn't meant to change to a vessel program.
Any further questions?
Okay, then I'll move on to, oh, is there another question or?
No.
Okay, I'll move on to element 6, Aleutian Islands processor provisions. no revisions and no PPA. Element 7, transferability. There's revisions but no PPA. And I'll read the revision. That would be under the sub-option for the LLPs associated with all vessels within 1 year of publishing the final rule of this program. The owners of the LLP licenses that are associated with catcher vessels that engage in fish transfer agreements during the qualifying periods will be allowed to transfer the quota shares between other LLPs associated with all vessels. Upon redistribution of the initial allocations to the designated LLP license, the Bering Sea Island Pacific Cod Harvest quota shares will no longer be severable from its applicable LLP license to which it was reassigned. Okay, element 8, ownership and use caps. There's one minor revision.
Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
sure.
Upton, apologies. Ms. Baker has a question.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was a little slow. I was trying to read through the AP's revisions to the sub option, and so while it looks like essentially the impact of the AP's recommendation is to remove the limitation of this sub option to AFA catcher vessels that are not exempt from sideboards, and essentially allow any qualifying LLP licenses to transfer quota share that they would receive. Did the AP talk at all about if these vessels would have to demonstrate they engaged in any fish transfer agreements to be eligible for the sub option? Or was the intent just to be more general in opening up the sub option?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ruth for some help on this, but my impression was that it was meant to be more general, and there was some references in how catcher vessels have engaged in fish transfer agreements, and that's usually referencing the AFA kind of sideboard agreements. But also, I think there was some acknowledgement that there may be very small amounts of quota share that could come out of this program that also could lead to some wanting to transfer those amounts. But to that specific point, Ruth, do you have any thing you want to add?
No, through the chair, Matt, I think you covered it. The AP conversation was just focused on making this option more general, recognizing that small quota amounts could be assigned to any vessel. So removing that specificity was the intent of this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the change from 3 months to a year allows uncertainty around the disposition of the quota share to go on for a full year. Why is that viewed as beneficial to have a much longer period of uncertainty and likely dispute? Why was the AP? Why did the AP consider that helpful?
Through the chair, I think that final sentence captures it, that at the end of that period, things would be no longer severable. And so the concept being that it could take a while for things to get sorted out, and that it would not necessarily hold up the larger program, just people that were party to agreements or deciding to enter in terms of some type of a transaction, with 90 days being seen by many as too short and originally we talked about 180 days, but that it can take a while with a change for people to kind of step back and think about their business plan and what's going on with the stocks of COD and how that may fit into what they want to do based on either a transfer agreement they had or if they've just decided that what comes out of this program may not fit in with their business plan any longer.
So did the AP have any thoughts about what happens to quota that is essentially in limbo for a full year? I mean, the point about 90 days is it seems unlikely that it would be, well, after 3 months, whatever party gets it would be able to access it, likely be able to access it pretty fully in that year. But if it's a full year, it seems that there's the real potential then that quota would just be in limbo for a year. And did the AP direct what the status of that would be for that year?
Through the chair, the assumption I believe that many of us had and maybe spoke to is that the quota share would just be on an LLP. It's just that there'd be a window when it could potentially move to another LLP. So I guess the limbo might be the party on the other side wanting to see something happen, but the quota share itself would at all times be associated with an LLP. At least that was my kind of take on things. Ruth, do you have anything you'd want to add?
Through the chair, no, Matt, I think you captured that.
Okay. So, all right. I've had enough on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dwight.
Okay, so under element 8, ownership and use caps, the only revision is to element 8.2, and there the range was increased to 5 to 10%. Then for element 9, cooperative provisions, there was one revision and a PPA, and that PPA is the vessels that are not designated on a trawl CV qualified LLP license are not eligible to join a cooperative. And then what was struck was unless participating under element 14. That would be the PPA under element 9. Element 10, shared duration, no revisions and no PPA. Element 11, monitoring, one revision / PPA. Option, require qualified CVs less than 125 feet to make a computer available for use by the observer. Ensure that the most recent release of NIMS data entry software provided by the regional administrator or other approved software is installed on the computer. Data can be transmitted at sea or shoreside at the time of delivery, PPA. Element 12, reporting and program review, no revisions. Element 13, cost recovery, no revisions. Element 14, gear conversion, there was a revision, so I'll just read the entire element. Pacific Cod, allocation / quotas signed with trawl CV licenses may be fished annually with pot CV gear by members of the trawl CV cooperative who designates pot gear for harvest of the cooperative quota associated with their trawl CV licenses. The vessel using pot gear does not need to be a member of the trawl CV cooperative. A pot endorsement is not necessary, but the LLP must have the appropriate area endorsement. Harvest would continue to be deducted from the annual trawl cooperative quota count to which the LLP is assigned and will not affect sector allocations. Quota derived from the program is not permanently designated as pot CV quota. Gear conversion only applies to the A and B seasons based on the start and end dates of the trawl fishery. PSC use would be deducted from the PSC allocated to the cooperative. NIMS will develop monitoring and enforcement provisions necessary to track quota, harvest, PSC, and use caps. And finally, the main motion as amended passed 15-3, and rationale is in your minutes.
you, Mr. Upton. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Upton. This one looked like it was a closer vote on the EP regarding the amendment. I was wondering if you could just maybe briefly describe the reason that this was a little bit more controversial than some of the other amendments and changes that were made.
Through the chair, our discussion focused just around the gear conversion concept. And I think where it came out in Amendment 9 was just what the cooperatives look like and what impact that could have. I would say some folks felt that no one can really force folks to do business with each other and that would have to be kind of willing parties on either side of those transactions. But then others felt that by nature, the cooperatives kind of being focused around one gear type has been something that's worked well over the years while we have different sectors. So I don't know, Ruth, you probably have some other insights, but that was just kind of my reaction to some of the discussion in general, but I figured you might have something to add too.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, I don't have too much more to add. I think the close vote reflects more people's feelings on gear conversion in general, as opposed, I think, to the amendment or the revisions that were made. I'll leave it at that.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mesro. Ms. Baker.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Based on Ms. Christensen's response to Mr. Mesro, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but I'm wondering if you could help me understand the AP's discussion around the pretty specific language in the revision that a member or members of the Charles TV Cooperative who designate pot gear for harvest of the cooperative quota associated with their Charles TV license. And so was the AP's intent that only the portion of cooperative quota associated with a specific LLP license could be caught by a pot CV, or was the discussion not that specific? We've had a lot of discussion during the staff presentation about who is and who isn't a member of the cooperative and whether it's associated or member and all those things. So was there specific intent behind those words, or is it maybe more like Ms. Christensen described in more just a conceptual discussion?
Really sure. I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, go ahead, Ruth.
I think we were both thinking about that one really hard. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, for the members of the AP that are in general support gear conversion, this language was meant to be specific and was meant to be clearer or to provide some clarity about how the gear conversion concept would work in relation to cooperative formation. Matt, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that
if you have time to think.
The only other part I heard to your question about if it would be kind of a LLP specific or business specific were folks who support the gear conversion option, saying that this is something that people would only be doing if they wanted to use their quota share that way. But then others who are opposed to the concept would say, well, if a subset of quota share can be used differently from the rest of the pool, that just changes the dynamics within the cooperative. So those are kind of some of the arguments that I heard on both sides.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. structure. Mr. Twite.
This is on the same subject. So the sentence about the vessel using pot gear does not need to be a member of the trawl cooperative. I'm assuming that also means the owner of that vessel does not need to be a member of the trawl cooperative.
Yes, that's my take. Through the chair.
Okay. So then does this rely on a contract that would dictate the terms of PSC? I'm trying to figure out how this would remain under co-op control under that situation. If an individual in the co-op leases outside of the co-op, but is there a structure for retention of co-op control?
Through the chair, we didn't really get into that level of specificity beyond that there would still be, for example, a co-op would have some percentage of COD and associated PSC potentially, and that within that co-op, a member may decide that they're going to use whatever they have access to on a with pot gear. But I would assume that for the co-op reporting and other aspects, that those removals of COD would still be associated with that co-op in terms of the amount. And then there was some discussion around how there would need to be 100% observer coverage to be able to make sure there's an accurate accounting of those removals. But yes, we also did talk about different PSC impacts. In particular, crab came up a few times around shifting towards pot gear and how that may be different from the wider, more trawl-focused co-op. I mean, Ruth, do you have anything on that?
Through the chair, Matt, I think you captured our conversation pretty well. Mr. Twite, I think for those members of the AP that in general are not supportive of the gear conversion concept, I think your question or the concept that you're struggling with is shared by those members of the advisory panel. The effects that this element could have on not only cooperative formation but cooperative functionality was voiced as a concern.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further questions for the AP report? Okay, thank you both for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the AP report. Let's go ahead and take an afternoon break, and then we'll come back and get into public comment. Come back in 10 minutes, so 3:05 Alaska time. Council, please come back to order. We are ready to move into public testimony. We have 53 people signed up to testify. Council, it's my thought to go a little late tonight, given the number of people we have to testify and where we are on the agenda. I was thinking about going no later than 5 o'clock Alaska time. That's going to be a problem for anybody. Maybe give an indication, but that's what I'm thinking, is go until right about 5. And on our list, up first to testify is Philip Powell, then Bob Breskovich, then Stoyan Yankov. I think folks are familiar with our testimony system, but again, individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Associations have 6. Please track along on the Adobe Connect system, the timer there, but I will also be timing and let you know when your time is up. Let's keep us on track here and be precise with the 3 and 6 minutes. With that, Philip Powell, are you with us?
I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I can start whenever you'd like me to start.
It's all yours.
Well, as I mentioned, good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Phil Powell. I'm general counsel for Global Seas LLC. We are an AFA pollock catcher vessel company. And throughout the course of this program's creation, I've kind of tried to focus on making our contracts right. As everyone knows, that in the AFA particularly, vessels were of the practice of transferring some fish to other vessels so they could focus on cod and allow the other vessels to then catch pollock. Many of these contracts, ours particularly, included history retention provisions whereby should anything come about as a result of the fishing or the harvesting of the fish that was transferred pursuant to that contract, we would retain that history. Now, in trying to provide a fix for this or a mechanism, this council adopted the 90-day sunrise provision in element 7. However, I think that's sort of just one aspect. So I want to speak today to 3 aspects, the 3 things that I think that the council should focus on in this particular mechanism. First is eligibility. I wonder, the LLP must be eligible to even hold quota. Currently, element 2.1 talks about eligibility, and it discusses the 1997 sideboard numbers as a basis for eligibility. I think that's correct. I would ask the council to maintain that language irrespective of the allocative scheme it presumes. I think that particular eligibility clause was meant for the blend. However, I think it would be necessary, even if you go with a straight up series of qualifying years, if you're going to utilize that sunrise period to do the transferability. The second portion was transferability. Like I said, I think the sunrise period gets us there. However, the third part is dispute resolution. Once we're in the sunrise period for a period of 90 days or however long, there's nothing there that really incentivizes collaboration. In fact, I could see certain situations where parties to these fish transfer agreements simply could not agree on how they would want to reallocate their quota share, and they could potentially even wait the 90 days out. without some sort of dispute resolution mechanism that would essentially toll the running of that 90-day period, there would be nothing to stop parties from gaming the system. So to that, I would recommend the council look into some sort of dispute resolution provision, or at the very least, ask staff and NIMS or NOAA GC to weigh in on what that would look like and what that would happen in the event that this time were to run without a dispute resolution provision. I think the easier lift is just to anticipate it. So again, if I were to think about anything, I would say eligibility, transferability, and then fail-safe, dispute resolution at the end, and I hope the council consider those things. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right, perfect on time. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Powell. The AP suggested lengthening the period from 90 days to a year. Can you give me your thoughts on what that might do in terms of changes to the intended purpose?
Through the chair, and thank you for your question, Mr. Twite. As well-intentioned as I think the extra time would be, I do not really think it materially affects the outcome that I'd be attempting to address with a dispute resolution period. For example, if there were a dispute and parties were to engage in some sort of dispute resolution, be that arbitration, formal mediation, or a lawsuit, typically those processes could potentially exceed 90 days or a year. Not only that, in the event that two parties don't even get to the part where they know they have a dispute, another party could also game that system for an entire year before determining that there is a dispute and cause maybe some disruption as to how the fish associated with that fish agreement would be harvested. I think that the more elegant approach is to keep it at 90 days, meaning that it would kind of encapsulate the amount of time that the fish could be up in the air, but then also have this dispute resolution provision as a fail-safe, as a saying, hey, you can't run this toll period, you have a dispute resolution, you have an affidavit or something that would prove that there's a dispute, and then the agency could take a step back and the results of that dispute resolution proceeding would inform the agency as to how the allocation would be distributed amongst the LLPs. Does that answer your question? I probably talked a lot more than you were looking for.
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill. You're on mute, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Merrill? Mr. Merrill? Mr. Merrill, you're on mute.
How about now, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Merrill, we can hear you.
Apologies. My double secret safety was engaged. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Powell. I think you may be aware that we have a number of provisions under our regulations that provide for an appeal process, where if there are challenges that are raised about an agency determination about the issuance of quota share, that can be used by participants, and then that process can be followed up by legal proceedings through court. So I'm wondering if that gets to the issue of addressing your concerns, or is there some other aspect beyond the appeal process that's needed here?
Hi, thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your question, Mr. Merrill. Well, first, I think that maybe the agency's involvement may be a little more than is necessary. Here we have private agreements, and rather than, I think, a matter of regulatory interpretation, a private agreement is a civil agreement, and a dispute about that agreement would be best, I think, adjudicated in an arbitration, mediation, or lawsuit. And so what I think the idea of an appellate process as to allocation, that might not be necessary. And I know that's been the case in several other programs. If I were to, my dream team way that this would look, you've got a 90-day period, and I included some draft language as part of my letter. You'd have this 90-day period in the event that two parties are unable to kind of work out how they want to do it. One would file a proceeding. Then one of those parties would give notice, basically just or RAM, I'm sorry, earmark those particular LLPs, and these parties could work out their private civil agreements in a private civil setting without the agency having to devote its time and resources on unworking or remedying what private organizations do privately. If that makes sense?
I think so. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the council.
Next up is Bob Breskovich.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Bob Breskovich, and I'm here today on behalf of my family's AFA catcher boat, the Aleutian Challenger. She's exclusively, been fishing cod for motherships for over 20 years in the Eastern Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And I want to spend my time here today speaking about the stacked LLP issue and something that got past me in the last analysis, and that is that catcher boats area-specific catch history will be attributed to the stacked LLP licenses by area endorsement. Now, I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier back in December or even last October when we were up in Homer and I testified on this issue, but I guess I'm just confused here because in no other place in this program is there a regional landing requirement, as far as I know, except for what you're considering out in NADAC. And this catcher program is at the entire Bering Sea Aleutian Island level. And any catch history earned by harvest in either the Aleutian Islands or Bering Sea will be used to determine a co-op share amount for the entire peacock trawl fishery. And I think I'm a little fuzzy here, but I think this is reiterated in policy in Amendment 85. You know, the gravity is immeasurable for us since if this isn't remedied, and I just realized this about 10 days ago, I'm sorry again about that, but we'll lose 80 to 100% of our catch history depending on what you all do at the threshold level, and that would just be a disaster. You know, I've given this a lot of thought, and I appreciate we're well down the path of having this be a LLP-based program. So my hopes are it's the council's intent that truly it was the catcher boats that are in the history, not latent stacked LLPs. And we believe, as do many others, including UCB, MTC, Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, and thankfully the AP, you just got their testimony recommended as a PPA, that the catcher boat should decide what LLP data history is assigned to in all cases with stacked LLPs. Now, you know, I'm no expert. I'm certainly not, but I can't imagine there's going to be any downstream consequences here because there's only 9 boats with stacked LLPs identified in the analysis. And really, only 2 are affected because 7 of the 9 own their stacked LLPs. See, I've got less than a minute left, Mr. Chairman, so I'll just wrap it up. And excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. This is a big deal to me in my catcher boat. But, you know, it just doesn't pass the smell test that a factory trawler company should own a catcher boat quota when they don't own and operate catcher boats. And I guess more troubling, if you don't remedy this problem for us, you're guaranteeing this company are going to become coupon clippers because they've clearly stated in their letter to you all that they don't own and operate catcher boats in this fishery. So I see. I have more, Mr. Chairman, but I don't want to be rude and go over my time. So I'll just wrap it up there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Breskovich, for your testimony. Can you give me a sense of how dependent your operation is on making offshore deliveries in the Aleutians? Do you is that something that at this point your operation is hardwired around, or is that just something you've done because that's worked?
I'm sorry, Mr. Twite, you broke up just with the last part of your question. Would you mind repeating that, please?
Is your operation essentially hardwired so that you have to be making offshore deliveries in the Aleutians in order to be profitable, or is that just a niche that has worked for you?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, thank you very much for the question. I guess just without wasting too much of your time, I know there's a lot of people to testify here today, but the answer is no. We fished a lot in the Aleutian Islands because we only had one mothership to deliver to until there were more mothership opportunities. I think that started in about 2015 in the Bering Sea, and we took full advantage of that. And then I'm a little bit fuzzy on the dates, but I think it was 2019 that about 2/3 of that fleet was wiped out through Amendment 120. And, we kind of saw the writing on the wall there. We decided to sponsor our boat and make it capable of bringing codfish inshore to Dutch Harbor. Our preference is to stay and keep delivering to motherships, but so we just, I don't know. Yeah, I hope I answered your question, Mr. Twite.
You did. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Breskovich.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Stoyan Yankov.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Stoyan Yankov, and I am the owner of the fishing vessel Michel Rene, along with my son Stefan. Stefan is the vessel operator who lives in Kodiak year-round as the majority of my crew. The Michel Rene is a non-AFA vessel that will most likely qualify for the Bering Sea Catcher Vessel Troll Cut program. The Michel Rene is home ported in Kodiak with a long history of fishing Gulf groundfish and fishing Bering Sea cod when it made business sense. What has made my vessel successful in the past is the ability to fish both Bering Sea cod and Gulf groundfish, Central and Western Gulf. I have a comment on element 2, allocation to LLP licenses. I'm a member of both NTC and Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. I would receive the allocation if the years 2014 and 2019 were selected with the 2 drop year sub-option. However, as an NTC member, I have agreed to the consensus position of the group, selecting the qualifying years 2009-2019, sub-option 2.2.2. I do not support the option number 2.1 eligibility that would establish a minimum threshold of 0.25 to 1% to receive harvest shares. My vessel earned this catch history and thus should receive the benefit for allocation. Whether it makes sense to fish my allocation in the future will depend on the available cod quota and the ex-vessel price of the cod. Very difficult to project in the future, so I would like to keep my options open. Regarding element 4, Gulf of Alaska sideboards. As a non-AFA vessel, my vessel is Gulf groundfish fisheries centric and extremely Gulf dependent. The sideboard limits need to be structured so it does not penalize my business plan. Opportunistic in the Bering Sea cod fishery, but totally Gulf groundfish dependent. I support sub-option 4.2.1 that would allow a vessel like mine to lease their Bering Sea cod allocation. As a non-AFA vessel with no other Bering Sea fishing opportunities, more than one trip of cod would be needed to make the economic sense for the vessel to make the trek through the Bering Sea and fish my own allocation. Allowing leasing when it does not make economic sense will prevent cod from being stranded in the Bering Sea. Please develop provisions that capture my fishing plan and do not penalize my vessel. In regard to the at-sea data transmission of Atlas data, we don't have. Hello?
Please,
Okay. Thanks.
hi, can you please provide a summary comment?
Yes, I'm finished.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for
Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions from council members? I don't see any. Oh, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I just had a clarification question. I heard you say that you support element 4.2.1 for the reasons that you described. Did you express support for a particular metric ton threshold for that sub-option, or do you just support it in general?
As of right now, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, as of right now, I support the 4.2.1 for the reasons because I don't know what percentage cut that the council will decide to allocate to the processors. So it's kind of hard for me to say right now. At first glance, looks like anywhere between 2 and 400 tons, but I'm not for sure. For sure, I can't say.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stoyan. I wanted to try to understand your last point at the end. Do you have the ability to, do you have the Atlas software, that system on your vessel, and the ability to transmit that data from sea at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have the ability to transfer information at sea. It's very costly, and it's prohibiting me from purchasing it. The only thing I could say in regard to that is we deliver every second to third day, so I don't see any problem transmitting the data during offload. If that answers the question. You're welcome.
It does, thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Stoyan. Just another clarification. I think you've kind of identified a broad portfolio, and you said one of the, just to confirm, did you say that you were affected by the minimum threshold percentage?
Yes. If the years 2014 19 are selected, I'll be fine, but I agreed with the consensus of the group, and that will put me in danger.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yontef, I don't see any more questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilman.
Next up is Michael Murdoch, then Tom Enlow, then Shannon Carroll.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Michael Murdoch. I've been a crew member on board the Ocean Challenger mothership catcher boat for 26 years. I've been the captain since 2010. I'm testifying today from Dutch Harbor, so I'm sorry if it's a little bit loud. In the years that I've been on board the Ocean Challenger, cod has been a major focus of ours, and it's averaged roughly 30 to 40% of our income. We took cod seriously and focused on this when there were only a handful of catcher boats in the fishery. Being the Ocean Challenger is a small boat compared to a lot of catcher boats. We delivered 2 motherships just for safety purposes. And then a couple of years ago, we sponsored, so we have the ability to take fish aboard now and take it inshore safely. Fishing for a mothership has been great, and it's been our main market and pleasure to work with. So being a fisherman, it's tough to fish cod for 10% less than average shore plant prices. It seems as though the offshore guys, we typically fish for less.
you know, we fished for the offshore fleet because it was really the only thing we had available to us because of our restrictions. Anyway, seeing the writing on the wall, you know, we sponsored the boat to you know, to be able to take fish ashore. So, you know, it's come to my attention that technically concerning stacked LLPs that we leased and paid for could receive little to no fish out of the co-op tonnage program. So that's please know if we were washed out, myself, my crew, and the vessel would be harmed greatly by losing, you know, up to 40% of our income. I don't really understand the inner workings. Yes, sir.
Apologies, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
Yeah, I just think that I mean, in the long run, it'd be better to get this resolved and taken care of so that the race for fish and goes away. So, again, I appreciate your time. I'll answer any questions if anybody has any for me.
Great. Thanks for joining us. See if there are any questions. Not seeing any hands come up. Thanks again for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council.
Next up is Tom Enlow.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canine and fellow council members. And thank you for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item. I know there's a lot of testimony ahead, so I'll try to be brief in my comments. For the record, my name is Tom Enlow, and I'm the CEO of Unicy. Unicy has a long history in the Pacific cod fishery dating back to 1982 in its partnership in working with the trawl catcher fleet in developing the fishery. And while today our main production species are pollock and crab, Pacific cod is a very important component of our operations, and our commitment to providing a stable market to our harvesting partners is evident by the investments we've made into our cod operations over the past 10 years, totaling in excess of over $15 million. Much of that investment was to increase capacity and support the fleet as they race to catch and deliver the fish in this open access fishery. This action is intended to end that race for fish for all the good reasons pointed out in the analysis, and Unicy is in support of that. With more time to prosecute the fishery, Unicy plans to gain efficiency and improve product quality and added value in Alaska. As I mentioned in my testimony letter, Unicy's primary product forms go directly into the domestic market, with all the before market value added while in Alaska, mostly in the form of fillets. So while we support the catch-share program for the harvesters, processors need protection to ensure that their historical level of participation remains intact. The shoreside processing sector is overcapitalized, and this is mainly due to supporting that race for fish, that it no longer will be there. Without protections in the form of meaningful allocation, processors will be vulnerable, not only in covering their marginal costs, but any kind of return on investments made. The Unicy needs a meaningful allocation to continue to partner with these harvesters. With that allocation, Unicy plans to match it directly with the partner vessels and to ensure that all the IFQ awarded gets harvested and processed. As I stated in my letter, we support the use it or lose it provision, ensuring that all shares are utilized. We also support an annual report to the Council accounting for all IFQ awarded in the fishery, how it was processed, how it was harvested, and we also support the Council moving the package forward for final action. In closing, I'd just like to say we very much appreciate the excellent and thorough work that went into the analysis by Council staff. And again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Enlow. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Enlow. I wanted to ask about your reference to supporting use it or lose it provision in element 7, I believe it is, for the processing sector. Do you have a specific type of provision and how that would be measured? Is it along the lines of something we heard about in staff testimony, or do you have another suggestion for how we might do that?
I think it, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think that we would support how it was presented in staff presentation. I think there was also discussion and debate about it in the AP, and what the AP referenced is we would support that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Enlow. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Great. Thanks for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council members.
Right. Next up is Shannon Carroll, then Frank Kelty, then Mark Cooper.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Shannon Carroll, Trident Seafoods. I also have on the line Jeff Wellborn, who's our VP of Whitefish Operations. I apologize for not signing him up. He's in False Pass, and so I wasn't sure if he would be available, but I hope that's okay.
Great.
Great, thank you. So, as I said, Shannon Carroll with Trident Seafoods. Trident is supportive of this package and believe that with the right selections of elements and options that the council can carry out its objectives of the program, including promoting stability for harvesters, processors, and fishing communities, and also increasing the value of the fishery for all stakeholders. Trident is aligned with the comments contained within PSPA's comment letter, and I'm happy to take any questions on those positions. And we also believe that this action is ready for final review. I think that the council should adopt the approach taken by the AP and select preferred elements and options to the extent practicable at this meeting. Doing so will allow for a more focused final review document, giving staff, stakeholders, the council advisory bodies a better understanding of how the various elements and options interact. I wanted to use the rest of my time to just try to provide a few insights on the fishery that I believe could help be included in the next iteration of the analysis. And the first is that this fishery is highly competitive. We expect it to remain so regardless of what elements and options are chosen by the council. We saw this in the Amendment 120 action, and that there's a significant amount of movement between markets, which to me suggests that AFA-based relationships have limited impact on harvester-processor relationships in the cod fishery, and that's not noted in the analysis. Second, I think it might be helpful for staff to include a discussion on the conditions necessary to achieve the council's objectives of adding value to the fishery. It's important to note that adding value to a fishery costs money and therefore requires stability and some level of certainty with the resource. And so, processing fish into higher value product forms requires more expensive equipment, more employees, employee hours, and less efficient processing overall. And likewise, developing and maintaining markets is a significant investment. So processing facilities rely on volume to cover fixed costs, and when a fishery goes from open access to quota-based, the rates for that volume increases due to the greater flexibility and leverage on the harvesting side and the excess capacity on the processing side. This is particularly true in overcapitalized fisheries like this one, where 2 to 3 processors could likely process this fishery at a slower pace. Simply, this race for volume it does drive short-term price increases, but it doesn't drive long-term value-added investment in the fishery. So allocations of harvest shares to processors help mitigate some of those destabilizing effects. Because they're based on a historic range of years, they recognize dependence and investment in the fishery, just as they do on the harvester side, and they help incentivize historic delivery patterns. They also help to further the council's objective of increasing value in the fishery, promoting investments in value-added product forms, markets, and quality, something that benefits harvesters, communities, and processors. And I see I'm just about out of time. I did just want to note that while the whiting program is a good model of a successful one-pie structure, it's important to understand and recognize that there are some key differences as well, and I would encourage staff to highlight some of those differences. So I'll end there, and Jeff and I are both available to take questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Carroll. I appreciate your testimony. I wanted to pick up on one of your first comments in terms of maybe some information that's not in the analysis that could help the council make some decisions related to this program is kind of AFA-based relationships may not actually have that much impact on deliveries in the cod fishery. And can you, how are staff going to maybe get information to help dive into that issue, or do you have some suggestions there that they might pursue?
Yeah, thanks, and through the chair, Ms. Baker. It sounded as if during the SSC conversation, this was certainly a topic of conversation, and the analysts expressed some confidence in being able to look at delivery patterns and whether or not there was a strong correlation between, AFA cooperatives and the cod delivery sort of patterns. And then I think also just looking at some of the looking back at some of the Amendment 120 analysis and seeing just the movement of fish offshore and looking where there was overlap there as well. But I think it's also something that could certainly be done just through interviews like they typically provide to support council analysis. But I think it's important to flesh that out. In addition to the fact that it was brought up in the SSC, I think this has been something that's, this statement has been in several iterations of the analysis that they expect AFA, linkages to carry over through the COD program. And it just doesn't seem, from my experience, like that would be the case. And Jeff, I'm not sure if you have anything to add.
Yeah, so thanks, Shannon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Yeah, on COD, as it relates to processes, we need to acknowledge that we aren't just talking about evolving from H&G to fillet. Fillet is also commodity now. And for the most part, Asian reprocessors don't take H&G and make fillets. They make portions direct from H&G. And love it or hate it, that H&G market depends mostly on reprocessors in Asia. That market continues to grow more and more unstable for a variety of reasons right now. So to get to higher value products in Alaska, we need stability that lets us invest in next generation technology and staffing beyond fillet. And even the fillets that we make in Alaska now are portioned in the lower 48 since we can't expect a steady supply or quality in unrationalized fishery. Without stability, investments in the industry have continued to be made toward volume platforms like in Kodiak and value-added platforms closer to the end markets out of Alaska. So as far as the impacts of bringing things onshore, that's really what we're talking about.
And I apologize, Ms. Baker. Jeff might have just misheard your question, so I was talking about something else. But hopefully, I thought I heard something about the value of coming onshore. I'm sorry, the connection out here is quite poor.
Okay. No, that's helpful. I was following the response, so thank you both for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess my question goes to your final point that there are differences between the West Coast white, in terms of one pie structure, between the West Coast whiting program and what might work for cod. I've been sort of telling people that overall, I think the West Coast whiting program is probably a good model for visualizing how it might work with cod. So I'm interested in hearing what your thoughts are about limitations.
Yeah, and thanks for the question through the chair. So I agree, and I would caveat, I was kind of running out of time. I think it is a good model, and I think there are a lot of similarities, and I think that there's a lot to learn from. In particular, we've been talking with midwater trawlers and just trying to get some of the lessons learned in terms of how to make this program build on some things that maybe didn't work so well down there. And that includes the use it or lose it provision, limitation on the sale of shares, processor allocated shares to harvesters, things like that. And we certainly support those. And I think there are some other similarities that might be helpful to highlight, including, I think the biggest one is just the fact that when that program was rationalized, the biomass for whiting was at a near historic low. And I think we're looking at something pretty similar with cod. And so after the rationalization of that whiting fishery, the biomass increased very significantly, which served to sort of devalue the effect of the harvest shares that were allocated to processors. And so I think that is an important thing to just flag for as we're looking at this fishery where we have cod at near low levels of historic abundance, that we should be thinking about where we expect cod to be in 5 to 10 years and how that's going to impact the allocation between harvesters and processors. But with respect to what the key differences were that I was talking about, I think the biggest one is just in the design of the program that the Pacific fishery didn't include harvest use caps for processors. So that allowed a single firm, to gain a lot more market share than I think we would see in this fishery. And I think that certainly skews how that program is operated relative to how this program is going to function. I think the other ones are just the location and nature of the fishery. So in the Bering Sea, we have a high concentration of processing in a very small area that is close to the ground, and the fishing occurs typically in a very, consistent area. And the whiting fishery, the processing is spread out across the, Washington and Oregon. And then you have a fish that needs to be delivered much more quickly than when compared to cod. So I think the takeaway there is just that the cost of moving markets is less in the whiting fishery, implying that I think so I think that's a major difference. And then the other one is the whiting fishery is just a single species fishery that was allocated, and most of those harvesters don't fish another fishery down there. Whereas here we do have a lot of the overlap in the pollock fishery. And I think that that can provide more leverage to a harvester when they can bundle sort of their deliveries of cod and pollock. It makes it certainly more, attractive to a processor. So I think that gives them a little bit more leverage, which should be factored into the allocation. I do just also want to note there was a question about how new entrants came into that fishery, and I think that there was a mix of them buying harvester shares to match and then also competing on price.
Mr. Twain?
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you both for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next is Frank Kelty.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon. Lucky number 7 up. Good afternoon, Chairman Caneen and council members. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty, representing the city of Unalaska today, filling in for Mayor Tudikoff. The city of Unalaska is writing support of the BSAI Limited Access Privilege Program. We support the AP motion and believe the council should release the analysis for public review and hopefully take final action by the end of the year. We feel the purpose and need statement lays out very well the issues facing this unrationalized catcher vessel trawl cod fishery. The Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery is the second most important and valuable species processed in Unalaska after the pollock fishery. Harvesters and processors involved in the Pacific cod CV sector are particularly important part of the economic revenue stream for Unalaska, which is a Pacific cod dependent community. We have 4 plants that do Pacific cod in Unalaska. Harvesters and processors are the economic engine for Unalaska, generating millions of dollars, fisheries, sales, property taxes. Their operations provide employment and support the support sector businesses in the community. Unalaska has seen for years the benefits of rationalization programs in the pollock and crab fisheries, and we believe they have been very successful and have benefited Unalaska greatly. As this management change moves forward, Unalaska feels that the shore-based processors and communities that depend on CV cod trawl should be included in the protection in this program.
The processing sector in Alaska has been a long-term participant and plans to continue for the long term under the rationalization program. They've made a huge economic investment in their operations and in this community. Their operations and investment they've made justifies a meaningful allocation under 5.4.1. We believe it's critical to move the LAP cooperative program forward, hopefully with a preferred alternative chosen at this meeting. We need to move this action as soon as possible to address the race for fish within the catcher vessel trawl sector. All harvesters and processors face continued declines in the cod allocations. Without a LAMP program, we will continue to face shorter fishing seasons, reduced revenues, less unemployment, continued impacts to local support sector businesses. As a result, the overall viability of the BSAI Pacific cod fishery for harvesters, processors, and communities in this region will continue to be impacted. In the past few years, we've seen millions of dollars invested by the shore plants in Alaska in upgrades to Pacific cod processing lines. They have increased fillet production and production of other type of cod products. The city of Unalaska has invested in facilities throughout the community, marine shipping dock upgrades, moorage facilities for the fleet, and invested in utility development such as the upcoming McCushion geothermal project. These upgrades to support of industry have cost many millions of dollars. In closing, the city of Unalaska believes that the analysis should be released for final action, that this analysis, which has been worked on for over 2 years, and it's time that this important fishery moves into a cooperative style of management. We believe it is critical that a meaningful percentage of the initial allocation be given to the processing sector, which recognizes their long-term investments in their processing plants and in the community. Unalaska believes the LAP program will stop the race for fish in the CV trawl sector, allow for increased product development, improve recovery rates, benefits to the consumer, increased safety, reduced bycatch, and stabilize revenues for all sectors involved in the fishery. We thank the Council for the consideration of our comments, and we hope that this analysis, in support of this analysis, which is the utmost importance to the City of Unalaska. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Shelby. Any questions from council members? Right, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Mark Cooper. Following Mr. Cooper will be Abby Duffy and then Chris Barrows.
Chairman and council members, my name for the record is Mark Cooper. My family owns 2 cod-dependent boats. We have fished for cod shoreside since 1990. We are part of the AFA fleet. We are cod exempt. I'm glad that the council has taken up this topic for consideration of a cod trawl LAP program. I want to say that I am in alignment with the AP motion except for element 14. I also agree with MTC, Alaska Data Bank, UCB, Jeff Lackey, and Stephen Beard. For the CV cod trawl component of the Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod fishery, I'm going to go through and give my preferences on the elements that I feel are crucial to my operations. I'm going to start with element 14. I'm opposed to including prop boats into this program. I believe they will bring unintended problems into the program. I believe that they will raise the price of leased fish so the trawler can't afford to lease. 2, I believe that they will cause gear conflicts on the ground, preempting trawlers. Hot boats catch more crab PSCs than trawlers. Jeff Lackey will be expanding on this, and I support his comments. Element 2, I believe that the council needs to make a decision on the years that allocations are going to be made on before all the other options can be decided on. Option 2.22, 2009 to 2019 is the best range of years. It is a compromise. It takes into consideration long-term players and short-term players. I believe the sub option that gives 80% of the sideboards should be dropped. Option 2.5. I would like to see an option that would rationalize A, B, and C season. That would move 5% of the C season to A season, making A season 79%, B season 11%, and C season 10%. This shift is not a negative impact to prey available for the Steller sea lions, as it only represents approximately 1% of the entire BS 9C Aleutian Island cod fishery. Element 3 prohibits the species. I believe we should leave them the way they are and should be reviewed in 5 years. Element 5. Processors should be given some harvest shares. It will strengthen the relationship between the vessels and the processors. Harvest shares should be put back to vessels at the rate that the vessel brought them into the relationship, and vessels should not be charged a lease fee. I would also ask that the council include option 5.4.2, where a processor cannot stack its harvest shares on their own fleet. This would negatively impact independent boats.
Mr.
I would
Cooper,
request
your
that
time
you
is up.
would not delay this program. I believe that with the clarification that staff intended to make, the analysis can complete. Thank you for your time. I'll ask any questions.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. Any questions? Any? All right, thanks again for your time. Next up is Abby Duffy.
Good afternoon. My name is Abby Duffy. I'm speaking on behalf of the fishing vessel Miss Leona, her owners, the captain, and myself as a crew member. The Miss Leona has been fishing cod in the Bering Sea since the late 80s. We fish A season, B season, C season, and AI federal and state fisheries. We're cod dependent, and in fact, in several recent years, that's all that we've fished. In December, I spoke to the council to urge the inclusion of sea season in the LAP, and today I'm going to do the same. The Miss Leona is a boat which is unique in the fleet and finds itself standing alone in its dependency on sea season cod trawl fish. We're without the backing of a politically organized group to support us, so we're relying on the council to recognize both our historical use of and dependency on sea season. We've heard many times throughout this LAP establishment process that there will be winners and losers, and heard this again during an AP discussion specifically relating to sea season and the Miss Leona. We were pretty dismayed to be easily dismissed as the inevitable loser despite being a historically dependent sea season trawl vessel. Leaving sea season unallocated would leave the potential for pounds to be rolled over to other sectors. However, this seems pretty inequitable to allow the winners in this process to be boats that are not members of the trawl fleet and to allow the loser to be a long-time cod trawl vessel. Given that user groups not involved in sea season fishing are already vying for sea season cod, either to be moved to A and B seasons or to be used as rollovers, we have every reason to believe that if our sea season history isn't protected now, we could lose out on sea season altogether. Loss of sea season would absolutely put us out of business. To speak to the issue of gear conversion, the Miss Leona supports gear conversion if and only if it's applied to A, B, and C seasons, regardless of if C season is rationalized. Further, we only support gear conversion on trawl vessels. We don't support bringing pot vessels into the trawl fishery, as this will inevitably decrease the quota available to trawl vessels. If a trawl vessel doesn't want to fish their trawl cod quota, this fish should be used to support and stabilize this fishery and its participants. The Miss Leona has fought for her right to the cod vessel 15 years ago in front of the council as a part of the Three Amigos. Now the Miss Leona is the only remaining independently operated member of that group, and we're urging the council to take fair action which acknowledges our history as a cod trawl participant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Any questions from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Duffy. I believe you've testified to this previously, and I couldn't find my notes on it, but can you remind me how much of your overall cod revenues come from the sea season?
Well, that has varied widely over the history of us fishing in sea season. And that's in part because there's been changing quotas in A and B season. There certainly have been years where the sea season revenue has been well more than half of the revenues, and sometimes upwards of 75%.
Thank you.
Mr. Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Abby. My question to you, Abby, I'm just going to give you a line of thinking and ask you to respond to it. So when you're looking at the sea season allocation, it would be my understanding that if the sea season is unallocated under this program, you would still have access to that sea season fish. The fish that's rolled over is what's estimated by National Marine Fisheries Service as fish that is going to go uncaught, not fish that they expect to be caught. So if you're making an effort in sea season and you're out there fishing, that they're going to estimate the amount of fish they think that your vessel would catch in the sea season and roll over only the remaining fish that would be anticipated to be uncaught. So I'm not seeing how your comments on losing out on the sea season bear the realities that I've seen in the way that National Marine Fisheries Service in-season management looks at reallocations of fish that's likely to go uncaught.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that view of the state of the fisheries as they are. However, we've seen the history of fisheries in Alaska is that they get taken up and they get moved. And in the process of rationalizing the cod in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, without including the rationalization of the sea season, we don't have a guarantee that it will be there.
Yeah, I guess
I hope that
a follow-up, Mr. Chair, would be to Abby, and I'm not making a case for or against this. I'm just trying to understand that I think what you're saying is the status quo now, that there's no guarantee that fish is going to be there. You've got to make an effort, and if you're out there fishing, then they're likely not to roll over an estimated amount that you would catch. So I don't see much changing from the status quo. I'm trying to see what it is you think would change under this program for the sea season.
Really what we are looking for here is future protections for the fish that we're fishing on now. You're right, it is there and available for us to fish on currently. But while the council is undertaking the process of rationalizing codfish, we believe that the entire fishery should be rationalized for future protection.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, how's it going?
Is Chris Barrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and all the council members. For the record, my name is Chris Barrows, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Pacific Seafood Processors Association, which includes member processing companies that have long-term participation in the cod processing in Unalaska, King Cove, Sandpoint, False Pass, and Acatan. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today. We've submitted a letter for this agenda item, and I'll just hit some of the high points of those comments. First, we appreciate staff's work on this second initial review draft and support the council working toward a preliminary preferred alternative at this meeting to stay on track for final action by the end of 2021. Our comment letter provided some suggestions for improving the background information relevant to the shoreside cod processing sector, and I'm encouraged to hear in your discussion with staff that they already have plans to update that section. This will allow information on product mix, final markets, and value information for Pacific cod specific to the shoreside processing sector to be included. Overall, we think that the analysis is comprehensive and that any additional data or analysis needed could occur in the next several months. Because it is the specific combination of elements that will drive the impacts on participants and the fishery, having a PPA identified at this meeting will help focus the analysis and also help focus further public input moving forward. My comments will focus on three elements: cooperative structure, element 1, allocations, element 5, and transferability, element 7. First, PSBA supports the cooperative system under element 1, which allows harvesters to voluntarily decide who they want to be in a harvester cooperative with through deciding on an annual association with the processor. Harvesters can change cooperatives annually, allowing for a high degree of flexibility for harvesters while still allowing for some level of planning in the processing sector prior to the season. We also support element 5, which would issue a percentage of cooperative quota to eligible processors to be used in the co-op by harvesters. We support 30%, with 70% being allocated to LLP holders. The analysis shows that 12 to 14 processing companies qualify depending on the series of years chosen under element 2. We don't have a position on the set of years chosen under element 2. Our members have been involved in this fishery in all of the years that are under consideration. And we recognize it is a key element, though, and we do support identifying a set of years as a PPA being, if possible, since that choice affects so many of the other elements. We also support using the same set of years for harvester allocations under element 2 for any of the processors issued cooperative quota under element 5. Rationalization can have a huge effect on how the fishery is prosecuted, and we think it's clear from the analysis and public comment to date that depending on the design that you use, the design can significantly affect harvester and processor relationships. The stability of the investments made in the processing sector as well could be affected. These effects on rationalization on processors, changes in the bargaining power, and the risk of consolidation are all highlighted in the analysis. We support the element 5 allocations as a tool that is currently allowed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act to create stability on the processing side as well as the harvesting side, to retain a somewhat similar level of bargaining power, and to facilitate deliveries across multiple processors who will otherwise continue to compete for deliveries. Providing an appropriate level of stable access to the resource by processors also mitigates against consolidation and provides stability to the communities that have depended on these landings. We feel that only through the council providing for an appropriate level of stable access will the council's stated objectives for this element to recognize historical dependence, to create stability in the sector, and to facilitate an environment to best realize increases in product value be achieved. We also support providing allocations under element 5 to existing active processors. Staff was asked for council clarifications of this assumption. The intent is to use the quota on vessels in the cooperative and not to create long-term assets to hold if we're not active processor. We tried in our comment letter to describe a bit about why stability is so necessary to compete in an always changing global market and the continued significant investments it takes not to just break into new markets, but to maintain existing ones. When we compete with so many other whitefish species from around the world, farmed and wild. Alaska's processors have to strive to keep competitive products in the global market, and a program that strives to drive reinvestment into diverse and competitive product forms is going to create more long-term value for the fishery. This is part of what shore-based companies are trying to achieve overall. Utilize more of each fish, which means more value out of each fish, which means better markets for harvesters and more tax revenue for communities. But that just doesn't happen by accident. We've also provided comment on the options provided to limit further growth and mother shipping of trawl CV Pacific cod by catcher processors, without identifying the exact option under elements 2 or 5.2 or 5.3 We just want to ensure that this program maintains the intent of the Council's recent action on Bering Sea Aleutian Island Amendment 120, which was to limit further growth in the offshore processing sector. Under Element 7, we support limiting transferability of the processing permits, which attach harvest shares to other onshore processors, and either co-op provisions for a use it or lose it type provision, or reporting requirements that ensure that cooperative quota held by a processor is put back into the cooperative and uses as intended. So in closing, we support the continued development of a cooperative-based program for the Catcher Vessel Pacific Trawl fishery for BSAI to address the current rates for fish and the resulting negative effects on dependent harvesters, processors, and communities as outlined in your purpose and needs statement. Thank you very much, and I'll do my best to try to answer any of the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barrows. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Barrows, for your testimony. My first question has to do with your support or recommendation to the Council to select PPAs at this meeting, if possible. And so my question is, do you feel like the AP's recommendation for PPAs is helpful in that regard and along the lines of what you're thinking the Council could do here to really sort of highlight where it might be headed for this action and really help us improve the analysis for final action?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for that question. I think that there was a lot of hard work that went into the AP's motion and their recommendation, and we really appreciate that. There's a lot of support in there. Clearly, we would support retaining option 5.4.1. I think that, as my testimony identified, we think it's important that the allocation to the eligible processors is an appropriate level for consideration in a PPA. So with the exception of that one, I think there's a lot to like out of the AP's motion, and we would support that with that caveat.
One follow-up, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barrows, you also mentioned in your testimony the importance from your group's perspective of limiting further growth of the offshore sector through this program. And the Council has received at least written testimony in terms of the options elements that we have to place sideboards on the offshore sector, and perhaps that those sideboards are unnecessary moving into a rationalization program. And so I wonder if you can just give me some thoughts on that about why it is important from your perspective to limit future growth of the offshore sector under this program.
Thanks for that question as well, through the chair, Ms. Baker. I think we don't want to undermine any of the actions that the Council already took under Amendment 120. So our perspective is that the Council already made that decision with Amendment 120, and we don't think that it should be reconsidered with this particular decision.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Further questions? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Barrows, for your testimony and for the letter that you submitted on behalf of your member companies. I wanted to highlight something that you said in your testimony about the 30% allocation of harvest shares to the eligible processors. And in your letter, it says it's a proven tool under the MSA to help retain independent harvesters and deliveries and serves to protect historical and future investment. Can you describe for me how your members would plan to use this quota to retain independent harvesters and deliveries under this program?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the chair. Thank you for that question. One of the Council's objectives is stability, and stability requires a long view with processors having sufficient leverage to maintain catcher vessel deliveries in the long term. I think that the processing companies that testified before me did a good job of explaining why an allocation and a meaningful recognition in this program is necessary and beneficial to create that stability in the processing sector and increase that value long term, which is positive for the fishery overall. So putting that quota back on the vessels that deliver to them is the way that we intend to use that. And we believe that this helps provide for that stability objective that the council is looking for, as well as supporting the harvesting sector in terms of providing the stability for them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barrows, just a quick follow-up. So you use the term leverage in your response, that it gives the processing companies leverage. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what kind of leverage you think you would have in these negotiations and how you would use it to ensure stability for the processors?
Well, there's, thanks again for that question, and again through the chair. The partnerships require, both parties to be able to come to the table with something to be able to have a conversation about, and that's what, in its simplest form, that's what this percentage is allowing for, in the context of processors being able to engage in that conversation with harvesters at a co-op level to retain that historical relationship with catcher vessels. Retain that relationship and that historical relationship to keep coming back, and to be able to engage in a conversation where that will both continue in the year that cooperative is formed, but also from a long-term perspective in future years as that relationship continues to mature under this program.
Thank you, Mr. Barrows. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Barrow.
Thank you.
Right, next up is Steve Beard, then Doug Wells, then Brent Payne.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is Doug Wells up now?
Oh. Hi, Doug.
This is Steve Beard. Can you hear me now?
Oh, sorry. I'll stand by.
Yes, we can. Mr. Beard.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name's Steve Beard, and I've operated the Golden Pisces, which is a 98-foot independently owned trawler since 1986. I began my cod career in 1981, and we fished the Bering Sea, the Aleutians, and the Gulf of Alaska. Before domestic food fish markets, we fished cod for hanging bait for the crabbers. We delivered offshore to foreign markets, domestic ships. We processed our own cod, and over the years, we've delivered to most of the shoreside plant and several floaters along the Aleutians. We've been exclusive with Trident Seafoods in Akutan since 1995. We've faced losses from sector splits, bankrupt markets, reduced quotas, and closures to fishing grounds, yet we continued to pursue cod as our main fishery. With this concentration on cod, we have very little pollock to fall back on. And also today we only have a Bering Sea license. No Aleutians, no Gulf of Alaska, no whiting, no West Coast. The FLAP program should provide stability to the truly cod-dependent trawlers. I can't think of another vessel that's more reliant on codfish than the Golden Pisces. My concerns are that our allocation will become so diluted after processor shares, set-asides, and the continued increase by the state for the GHL fisheries that my 41 years of effort will not allow us to continue operating with profit. This council has all the information necessary to push the program through this year without another review. I can also align myself with the AP's motion but I'm not willing to compromise on element 14. This is a trawl program, and it can only support gear conversion if it only applies to vessels with trawl endorsed LLPs. My ask to this council today is to keep pushing forward, and when faced with the difficult elements, don't lose sight of dependency. Thanks for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Beard. See if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thanks again. All right. Doug Wells.
Yes, thank you. Chairman Canadian, council members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, all right. There's some background noise. I'll stand by for 1 second.
I'd just like to ask members of the public, if you're not testifying or testifying anymore, please mute your phone. All right, Mr. Wells, let's give that a try.
Okay. Thanks. It's Doug Wells, representing the CPs, Baranoff and Courageous. We're cod freezer longliners. The freezer longline fleet has a long and significant history and dependence on the Aleutian Islands fishery. Our vessels have been fishing cod in the Aleutian Islands for 30 years. We're concerned that with the rationalization of the trawl catcher vessel fleet, we will see increased effort in the Aleutian Islands cod target. As this fleet is rationalized, excess capacity will find its way to other areas, and the Aleutian Islands will see increased effort. There are currently no sector or gear allocations and no A-B season split in the Aleutian Islands. It is one of the last Olympic-style cod fisheries in the state, and it's first come, first served. Because of this, the fixed gear sector needs sideboard protection as part of this council action. While Amendment 6 and Option 6.1 require the cooperatives to reserve or set aside the BSAI trawl DBA season harvest for delivery to shore plants, there are no such protections for fixed gear fisheries, and protections we think are necessary. For instance, in previous to 2014, the Aleutian Islands were part of the overall Bering Sea Aleutian Islands A-B season sector split. This assured a B season allocation in the Aleutian Islands. The absence of an A-B season split after 2014 allowed the full Aleutian Islands quota to be taken entirely in the 8th season. This was evident in 2016 when the Pacific cod allocation was reached on March 22nd, and all Pacific cod-directed fisheries were closed in the Aleutians for the remainder of the year. This completely shut out the hook and pot sectors who rely on a fishery later in the year when weather is more forgiving. The fixed gear fishery is spread out both temporally and spatially, whereas the trawl fishery occurs over a matter of weeks. It's targeting cod when they're aggregated prior to spawning. Depending on what happens with the AI set-asides for ADAC and ATCA, and considering the significant annual set-asides for the Amendment 80 sector incidental catch, there may be times when the fixed gear sector have no fishing opportunity at all in the Aleutian Islands. We think the direct consequences of rationalizing the trawl sector in this action may result in the AI fishery becoming trawl only. To conclude, this is an incredibly complicated set of problems in the Aleutian Islands. And we ask that the council pay particular attention to assure that going forward, all sectors have opportunities to harvest cod in the Aleutian Islands. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Wells. I always enjoy your testimony here at the council, and I'm glad you brought this issue forward. So I'm not sure if you had a chance to catch the deliberations in their entirety, but But I did ask Mr. Brennan and Dr. Downs about this during the deliberations. And the answer that they came back to me was that this was a section that was not in the document. In other words, there's nothing in the document that currently identifies aspects of potential issues with other fleets other than the trawl fleet, catcher vessel trawl fleet, and that they would add a section to that to the next iteration of the document. So hearing that, did that offer you some satisfaction that we'll have some analysis on the extent of this problem that you've identified, or did you not, were you unable to catch that?
Yeah, thanks. And through the chair. Mr. Down, I didn't hear that. But yes, certainly that will help. And I'll look forward to studying that and seeing it. I want to say again that it's the Aleutian Islands is kind of a bit of an oddball. I mean, it's really quite complicated and it's going to require, I think, a follow-on action by the council. I don't frankly know if, depending on what happens in regards to final action on this, if there's time really to do justice to the set of problems that we have out there. That's not much help, but I'll look forward to seeing that and of course be back testifying again as need be. But I think it's a thorny issue out there. It's going to take some careful consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Jensen.
Okay, I don't know if I'm unmuted or not, but I have a question for Mr. Wells, Mr. Chair. How many other boats are in the same situation as your group, Mr. Wells, that do you think you might not have protection with this rationalization program going in?
Thanks, Mr. Jensen, through the chair. I can speak for the freezer longline fleet. There's about 25 of us, and of that, there's not a lot of consistent participants in the Aleutian Isles, but it's significant and steady. Probably 10 of the, maybe half the freezer longline fleet goes out there on a regular basis. And then you've got the pot fleet, and that's quite a few boats. And I don't understand well enough how much of that is state waters effort and how much is federal, but certainly there's other fixed gear. Certainly there's pot boats that would be similarly affected by this potential freeing up of trawl capacity that might move west.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wells. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jensen, any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Wells. Great. Next up is Brent Payne.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Brent Payne. I'm the Executive Director of United Catch Boats, and I'm going to present to you today the culmination of about 2 weeks and 5 meetings of the UCB COD Committee. At times, there were over 20 representatives meeting to go through the analysis that was issued on April 30th. Just to start out, I was just looking over our catch share program for the A season, and 31 of the 55 vessels that participated are members of UCB. And I say that because, the UCB membership is highly dependent on the cod fishery. Our AFA sideboard amounts goes back to the 90s. A number of vessels that I work for have been participating in the cod fishery
for over 4 decades. So this is a big deal for us. We've testified over the last couple of years about the problems of the race for fish. We appreciate the problem statement. We think you capture the problems that have been experienced by the fleet over the last few years due to the race for fish. And we really appreciate that the council is embarking on the development of a LAP program to solve these problems. So thank you very much. We also want to thank the council staff for an excellent job on a EARIR that deals with a catch share program. We believe it has a lot of information on there, and we also believe that it has enough information to help you make an informed decision when you take final action, hopefully this fall. So we ask that you move the document out for public review. I think the public testimony and the public input is going to help you quite a bit on your choice and the information you need to make an informed decision. If the AP action over the last couple of days is any proof, and then today and on Monday, the public has got some great suggestions for you here. So anyways, with that said, we submitted a letter to you on May 26th. It's fairly lengthy. And then I also kind of I consolidated it and put it into a handout form that's attached to my public testimony here. So I want to just talk a little bit about some of the elements. In terms of element 1, used to be as a member of the AFA world. We also are a member of the whiting world, and a few of us are also members of the rockfish world. And those are 3 major, groundfish LAP programs that we are involved with over the years. And we think that, you got to look at the elements of some of those programs. The Central Gulf Rockfish Program is kind of the basis for a lot of this cod program. And the one thing that's missing, though, is on the Central Gulf Rockfish Program, you don't have an allocation to processors of harvest shares. Also in pollock, you don't have an allocation of harvester share to processors, but what you do have is a closed class. And then secondly, with whiting, in mothership, you have a closed class of processors, but you have no allocation of harvest. And then on inshore whiting, you have a 20% allocation, but you have an IFQ system. So my members have been involved in these fisheries for a couple decades, and we think that you need to build a catch share program that's based on the particular fishery that you're dealing with. And we think that the co-op style system that you're looking at with building that around a processor with the ability to form an intercooperative is the way to go here for cod. So we support your element 1. We ask that you get rid of the 3 unique licenses. That's problematic. Under element 2, you got to look at the national standards and the agency's, LAP policies. You've got to look at dependency. You got to define dependency. You got to look at historic participation. You got to look at recent participation. And our members feel strongly that you should just go with option 2.2.2 as a preferred option at this time. It creates no big winners and it creates no big losers, and it really seems to be the one that was kind of popping out for us. In terms of the threshold and the blend, and we ask that you not PPA those at this time, but you keep them in the package to kind of see what effects they might be. They might be a tool you might need to use. In terms of the stacked LLP issue, we ask that you set the preferred alternative to let the vessel owner choose where that quota is going to go to. In terms of the A, B, and C season, this is a very interesting discussion. We ask that you keep both options available at this time, but one of the things that's missing here is we would like to add that you add a sub-option that would reallocate 5% of the catch vessel trawl sector for the C season into the A season as a sub-option to take a look at that. If you're going to keep the C season open access, if you move about 5% of this fish from the C season, it might help with us in our rationalized fishery. In terms of PSC limits, element 3, we ask that you keep crab at the TLAS sector level. In terms of Gulf sideboards, 4.1 deals with the non-exempt AFA boats. The way it's written right now, it impacts catcher vessels that are in the pollock fishery that won't participate in cod, and they're going to get a new sideboard, and we think that's kind of a little bit of a penalty because they're not going to be participating in the cod fishery. In terms of the 4.2 under element 4, we recommend what the A has done for you there. In terms of the processor and community protections, let's just make it easy. Get rid of the 30% and get rid of the 5% because,
you can put a lot of information in this document, but getting down to it, this decision is going to be a tough one. So you might as well get rid of the outliers and focus in on where the council most likely should arrive at. In terms of the Aleutian Islands Processor Protections Element 6, 6.1, we can make it work if you set aside some amount of COD for the co-ops to make sure it gets landed in the Aleutians. And then lastly, I just would say
time is up.
Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Can you provide a quick comment?
No, I think, I'll just leave it at that. I've captured most of the main points I want to make. And we hope that you send it out for public review and take final action in the year 2021. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Payne. See if there's any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Payne, for your testimony. I have a question about I am looking at the handout, and this was in your written comment letter as well, element 3, the PSC limits. The analysis describes some potential challenges with maintaining crab PSC at the TLAS sector level instead of apportioning it to the two sectors. And so can you give me some insight why your members are not concerned about those potential challenges and would prefer to keep crab PSC at the TLAS sector level?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. That's a good question. Well, the crab is different than halibut. Halibut has been a much more managed species for us in our AFA, co-op type cod world. With crab, we've had such a de minimis amount of crab bycatch in the cod fishery over the last decade that it seems like it would be difficult to allocate it out to the individual members of the individual co-ops and then try and manage it because it becomes problematic. You might have small vessels that would get very few crab. They might even get like one crab, and that's their limit. And that would be just such a difficult thing to manage in a co-op. On the other hand, leaving it at the sector level, the only other remaining TLAS user of that crab is the catcher processor pollock fleet. And if you look at the data, they haven't had much activities for a long time, so they haven't encountered any crab PSC. So I just think that leaving it at the sector level could be a little easier for us to manage a crab bycatch, but we're not hard over on that, Ms. Baker. I mean, if you want to allocate it out into the co-ops, we can manage it, but just thought it'd be, because it's really not a big impact, it makes it simpler for us. I guess that's my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Follow-up, Mr. Chair. You didn't get to this in your testimony, but in element 8, UCB is requesting that the council increase the vessel use caps from the current range of 3 to 5% to a range of 5 to 10%. And can you give me a little more insight into why you're requesting that, please?
Yes, through the chair. I appreciated Mr. Brannon's testimony today and the staff reports under this item. His analysis looks at the percentage of cod used in a race for fish mode because he's backcasting. He's looking at what the data actually has been. But I think you need to put a lens on of what it's going to be like when you have a catch share program in place rather than when you had a race for fish program in place. And I think we sort of have with whiting there and also with pollock, you need to, a 5 to 10% amount is kind of more what we think as a realistic amount when you have a rationalized cod fishery in the Bering Sea. I think we're envisioning about 35 boats are going to participate in this fishery. That seems, there's going to be about 20,000 tons of fish available, give or take whatever the ABC is going to be. But the resource size is such that for us, a reasonable range is more like 5 to 10%. 3 to 5% definitely will be constraining on the vessels that will be participating in this rationalized fishery. So we just ask that you bump it up. you could even limit the range to 3 to 10% if you feel more comfortable.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Don't see any more questions. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Payne. Or Ms. Kimball's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Payne, I just had a quick one, and you mentioned at the start of your testimony about the minimum number of licenses under element 1 as being problematic, but I didn't hear much expansion on why. I wonder if you could briefly tell the council why that is.
Yeah, to the chair. Right now, I'll give you an example. There's one AFA cooperative that participates in the cod fishery, and they have, through the ownership structure of LLPs, there's a fair amount of LLPs that are, under like the 10% rule or the, that would be classified, as associated with each other, or, that word unique is the problem when you want to try and make it 3 or more. So it might be difficult for a co-op to find 3 unique licenses to be able to form a co-op. And one of the companies that we work for has expressed that they would not be able, they would have to go out and find another LLP for them to be able to form a co-op of the existing boats that are delivering to them right now, one particular plant. So we just felt that having 3 unique licenses would be kind of constraining and difficult. So we just felt that, no minimum number of licenses it's not going to result in any problem from our perspective. Some people say, oh, you're going to get a co-op with just one vessel, and then you're going to get like 52 co-ops or whatever. And that's just not reality. You're going to get a handful of co-ops that are going to form here, and they're going to work around a processor. A processor could have more than a group of vessels be associated with them. So I think it's going to work with no minimum number of licenses. Or I should say we think, yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Payne. Next up is Todd Loomis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Todd Loomis, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the catcher vessel Green Hope. I submitted a letter for this agenda item and will offer comments on elements 2, 4, and 5 today. As noted in the analysis, history is attached at the time of landing to the LLP that authorized the catch. And under element 2.3, there's a reference to situations where multiple licenses authorize the catch to look at whether there's an agreement at the time of application. I'll note that in many cases, there are agreements reached when LLPs change hands, and in our case, the agreement clearly states that the purchase includes any history and future rights that may be bestowed. I think it is imperative the language in 2.3 remain, and for the council and agency at the time of application to honor pre-existing agreements. The AP did not modify the opening language at 2.3, but I wanted to reiterate the importance of this language and the purpose it serves. Under element 4, I agree with the comments submitted by Alaska Groundfish Data Bank and the AP changes to that element. The Green Hope's potential markets consist of the 2 remaining offshore CPs, and if we are not able to secure a market, we will have no choice but to lease our quota. I request the council adopt the language proposed by the AP so it is clear that benefiting from a GOA sideboard exemption only pertains to those that fish non-Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish. Under element 5.2, it is important for the council to recognize there are certain catcher vessels that historically and currently rely exclusively on offshore markets. In our case, our historic market is no longer eligible to process cod, but this year we secured a market with the KDN. It is important for the future of our participation that should you establish a sideboard on the offshore, that it be large enough to accommodate vessels like ours. And finally, Mr. Chairman, under 5.3, if the council limits the number of offshore eligible catcher vessels, In addition to or in lieu of mothership sideboards under 5.2, I encourage the council to use the broader interpretation of the language in 5.3.1 that will qualify 10 CVs for offshore delivery. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Loomis. Any questions from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Loomis, thank you for your testimony. Relative to your first point, I'm still trying to figure out just how broadly the AP's addition of the 3 words "in all cases" reaches. I didn't hear you referencing that specifically, but or maybe I missed it, but are those problematic words there, or?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I was somewhat comforted by the discussion the council had earlier today when I was listening to the AP yesterday and their discussion around the addition of what those 3 words meant. I became somewhat concerned, and that's why I brought this topic up today. I wanted to clearly explain that the opening language of 2.3 and the reference to any agreements that license holders have reached is an important component, and regardless of the "in all cases" language, that structure needs to be maintained so those agreements can be honored. The other part of that discussion, I guess, revolved around, Aleutian Islands earned history and whether that can be assigned to a Bering Sea only LLP. I guess I have some thoughts on that too, but I'll just hold those because it doesn't necessarily pertain to us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Loomis. Okay, next up is Hunter Burns.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Hunter Burns, and I'm the general manager of Evening Star Fisheries. We own and operate 9 trawlers. We own cod-exempt boats, non-exempt boats, boats that have fished and delivered in the Aleutians, and boats that fish in the Gulf of Alaska. Suffice to say, this action has an impact on every single vessel that we operate. We support the AP motion with the exception of element 14. We ask that the council continue to keep the Bering Sea cod program on track to take final action this year. Having spent considerable time reading through the analysis, we feel it is very thorough and provides our business as a direct stakeholder with the information that we need to understand the effects of the program. Implementing this program is a necessity to protect the safety of our crews, the stability of the processing sector, and provide for the continued vitality of the communities in which we operate. I'd like to take this opportunity to comment on several of these elements. First, we ask that the council selects option 2.2.2, 2009 to 2019 as the range of years used to qualify LLPs and allocate catch history. This range captures a balance between long-term cod-dependent vessels and vessels that began to participate in the cod fishery in more recent years when the pressure of the race for fish eroded the opportunity for these long-term participants. With regards to element 4, we would like the council to clarify that Gulf sideboards for the non-exempt AFA fleet will continue to be managed in the aggregate and not applied at the individual vessel level. With regard to element 5, allocating harvest shares to processors is a fair and equitable method to recognize their historic investment in this fishery. It's a concept that's widely supported, but I think the only thing in question is the percentage that is palatable to harvesters and processors alike. We ask that the council carefully weigh the impact of element 6 on the rest of the participants, including the communities of Unalaska, Akutan, and King Cove. Excessive allocation to an Aleutian Island processor may cause consolidation in these other critically important areas. The transferability provision in element 7 is an unnecessary option and may significantly delay the implementation of this program. And I'll just, with my 30 seconds left, my final comments will focus on gear conversion. The number of participants and type of participants really matters in these types of programs. I don't think I don't want to speak for them, but the Freezer Longline Cooperative or Amendment 80 Cooperative would probably not like AFA CPs associated with them and fishing their allocations. I think that the analysis falls short in examining the market power that the fixed gear sector has relative to trawl fleet, the trawl fleet with processors. I'll wrap up by saying it's clear from this analysis that this element is not really ready for prime time and should be taken out or at least sidelined for now. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. All right, any questions? Mr. Downs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Burns. My question for you is, you mentioned that the Amendment 80, you didn't expect that the Amendment 80 sector nor the freezer longline sector would support an element like an element 14 that would allow a transfer of quota between sectors. And I'm just wondering if you've talked to anybody from those groups that indicated that they were opposed to gear switching. It seems to me like there'd be a great benefit to both of those groups to be able to transfer. Amendment 80, for instance, needs cod. Often their cod is tight. They would probably like to have some cod that would move from the freezer long line, and the freezer longliners the other direction. So I'm just wondering where you got your information that would indicate that those groups might be against something like what your element 14.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Down, I didn't get to the majority of my comments on this, but in terms of cooperative function is really where I feel that this is not a beneficial element. I had a lot of experience this winter trying to put together a voluntary catch share agreement with the other members of the fleet that were impacted by the shoreside processors and offshore processors that were hit hard by COVID-19. And I can assure you that we were only talking to trawl vessel owners and trawlers, and it was hard enough. It was hard enough aligning the disparate interests that you find within one sector, much less trying to, I guess, develop cooperative program elements and programs that would align with multiple sectors' interests. And so I understand your point about, maybe some marginal amount of fish going across sectors, but really my interest as a cooperative manager, as the president of my Paula co-op, and I'm on the board of the Central Gulf Rockfish Program co-op that we're a part of, is to make sure that the cooperatives function well, they can form in a timely manner with reasonable reasonable provisions that allow us to say agree on ways in which we're going to avoid bycatch and form. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your answer.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Burns, my question is also about element 14, and I think I can certainly acknowledge the difficulty of pulling together a voluntary co-op in a derby-style fishery that was hugely disrupted by a global pandemic. I think that is slightly different than the dynamics of managing a co-op in a fully rationalized fishery, which is what this would be. But I have heard concerns from you and others about the idea that pot vessels could be members of the cooperatives, and then that could potentially be disruptive to your work as a co-op manager. I was wondering, though, if you could give me your thoughts on the AP's motion on element 14 that made it clear that these vessels would not be members of the co-ops, the trawl co-ops, or wouldn't need to be. They would simply be designated by a member of the co-op to fish with an alternate gear type. So does that alleviate any of your concerns, or does the language that was passed by the AP still leave some concerns in your mind about element 14?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, let me reread it if you don't mind. In terms of the overall element, I share other trawl sector participants' views that the element is not workable within a trawl sector program. The language that a member or members of the trawl CV cooperative can designate pot gear seems fairly unilateral, and that it would just take one member to say, hey, I'm going to lease all of my fish to this this pot fleet because we have these other economic arrangements on the side, whether that's crab or tender contracts or whatever it is. You could see processor-owned fleet potentially leasing out their trawl cooperative quota to members of the federal or GHL participants that fish with fixed gear. So I think that that's problematic in that regard. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, and thanks for taking the time to think through that and talk through that with me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Okay, I don't see any further questions. All right, thanks again for your testimony, Mr. Burns. Okay, we are just scant 2 minutes out from 5 o'clock here. I understand that Matt Upton may not be able to testify if we wait till Monday for him. So I'm going to take Matt. He said he's going to be pretty quick anyway. So with that, Mr. Upton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume you can hear me.
We can.
Thank you. U.S. Seafoods is dependent on the trawl catcher vessel cod fishery with our non-FA catcher vessels that deliver to Seafoods Alaska. We support the Council's efforts to rationalize this fishery. We understand the impacts of the program from the document and want it released to the public so the Council can take final action as soon as possible. Our biggest concern is around processing sideboards on the Seafoods Alaska, one of only 2 remaining CPs that can still take deliveries of cod. We don't view sideboards as necessary, but if they're mandated by the Council, we only ask that they at least allow us to process whatever harvest quota share our catcher vessels may receive in the program. All our catcher vessels have substantial history offshore and all have delivered to the Seafoods Alaska. The Council is considering a few different approaches for limiting the offshore cod sector, and we support, as the AP did, option 5.21 for a preliminary preferred alternative that establishes a processing sideboard limit for the Seafoods Alaska based on the history of the CVs/LLPs we own currently.
We need to be able to process at sea and sell whatever cod our catcher vessels are able to harvest in this program. That's our business plan. I manage our catcher vessels. I know how important the cod fishery is to the company and all the crews who look forward to it every year despite its challenges, especially recently. Ending the race will help make the fishery safer, provide some stability, and allow all to maximize its value. Thanks for the work everyone here is putting to making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Any questions from council members? All right. Great. Well, that that will conclude public comment for the day. Just a note for council members and the public, we're going to take the SSC report, time certain 8 a.m. on Monday on D4, and then get back into public comment on C4. So with that, have a great weekend. See you at 8 o'clock Alaska time on Monday.